2026 to order. If you would all please rise for the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Pardon me. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 1, boards and commissions. Item 1.1, approve and ratify the city manager's reappointment to expire May 31st, 2029.
Motion to approve.
Is that you? Councilmember Hanson makes a motion to approve.
Okay.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Do you have any discussion, questions? If not, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 2, presentations. 2.1, presentation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, conducted by Whitley Penn LLP. How are you, sir? You can come over. Yeah, that's it. Better microphone. That way I can cut you off if you.
All right, first time up here, so thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Patrick Simmons. I'm with Whitley Penn, your auditors this year. So first year working with the city in quite a while, many years. I'm here to present the results of the fiscal year 2025 financial statement audit and federal single audit. So that's the year ended September 30th, 2025. So the first slide is just a quick introduction to other members of our team. So Laura Lynch, the senior manager who's also in attendance with me this evening. And then Selena Saraceras, the engagement quality reviewer. And then we also had a team of associates, senior associates as well, that served on the engagement. And so the audit process really, so this was our first year, so we started a little later than normal, but typically we would come out to the city in July, around July, and do some interim test work and some risk assessment planning, tester controls, internal controls, do some compliance testing and such. And then we come back around December, January timeframe after you close the books, and we do the year-end audit. And so that's where we get your balances and substantiate all your balances and everything that really goes into the draft report that you have in front of you. And then all of that goes into providing an opinion on the financial statements. And this is just a short list of the different areas that we do meet with, or we assess your internal controls, we review your policies and procedures, and then for certain areas, we determine how many samples we need to select, and we test to ensure that those internal controls are operating as you designed them, or if any adjustments to the processes need to be made. And then the next slide is just the purpose of the audit, or so the different results that can occur. And so there's some animations on this slide, so you can just click through one more. So there's 3 different types of opinions that we can provide, or that auditors can provide. So there's the disclaimer of opinion, which is essentially no opinion. Then there's a qualified opinion, which is basically a clean opinion except for a certain piece of the audit. And then the unmodified opinion is the clean opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that can be given on a set of financial statements. And then in addition to the financial statement audit, it's also conducted in accordance with the government auditing standards. And so that requires us to perform certain procedures on compliance over the financial statement areas. And so then we also do the federal single audit, which is also another piece of compliance, but specific to those federal awards. And this slide encompasses the audit results. And so at the top, starting with the auditor's report on the financial statements. So we're issuing an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. And so that is the highest level of assurance that can be given. And so that is what it means is the amounts and the note disclosures can be relied upon by third parties, and they are within reasonable amounts. And so you do have a draft on the, and included in your agenda. And so I'll just say those, that draft is near final. There's still some some things to fill in the statistical section, which is an unaudited portion, but the bottom line, the fund balance, change in fund balance, we don't anticipate those will change. And so I just wanted to note that if you did get a chance to look through it and were wondering what those were. In the next section, the next audit report is the audit report on internal control and compliance. And so this is due to the Yellow Book or government auditing standards report that we do have to issue. And so we did not report any internal control findings over financial reporting. And then we had one instance of non-compliance material to the financial statements. And so the details of this finding are in the single audit report, which is the smaller report that you should have a copy of. Towards the back, there are certain elements that we are required to present in the report, and such as the condition and things of that nature. And so what this was, it was a contract that was awarded and utilized a cooperative for design build contracting, but that cooperative didn't align with those design build requirements. And so the city was just unable to provide any support that it was done in accordance with the procurement requirements for design build procurement. And then the federal single audit report. So the major program was the hazard mitigation grant. And so happy to report no findings or question cost on that side. This slide is in very tiny font, but only because I try to highlight everything verbally, and we do issue a separate letter that goes into the details in much more length than this. And so we evaluate the city's policies and standards, and we determine those were consistent with previous years, no matters to disclose. There are estimates that go into these financial statements. We evaluated those. Those were in accordance with industry standards, consistent with previous years. And then there's significant risks that are common in all of our financial statement audits. So when we send you the letter during planning stages, it contains the significant risks. And these are just standard in all our governmental audits, so not specific to the city. But we are required to disclose those to you and then design procedures to address those risks. And then there were certain misstatements that were identified by us that required correction, and that was simply due to the closing process. With the change in personnel, there was just a period of time where those closing entries still needed to be made, and when we got the trial balance, they were still pending. And then your team did ultimately work through those and post those to the copy that you have in front of you. And then happy to report no disagreements with management, no difficulties in working with management. You will provide a signed management representation letter that essentially says you've disclosed everything possible to us to provide, so that we can provide an appropriate opinion. And then that covers it. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Anybody?
So you didn't find any great discrepancy except the one procurement issue?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe we have done something within the city to negate that in the future?
Correct. There's a corrective action plan, or the views of city officials that was provided to me from the city manager, and she laid out what the procedures that have been put in place since that time. And so to my knowledge, the cooperative, there's a certain process now that's put in place to where the cooperative will formally verify that the services that you're getting through the cooperative are in accordance with the cooperative. And so the city wouldn't move forward with business with a vendor until that's in place.
Good guy.
Just to confirm, this is a CAFR high-level overview, right? Not a forensic audit or deep dive of any sort?
Correct.
I did note there were a couple of instances in there where it says ACFR and then I think CAFR in the report. So the corrective actions that Guy mentioned, did you feel that they were sufficient to rectify this situation that you've,
Yes, I do.
okay. Any additional recommendations other than what's in the report?
No, nothing to bring to attention at this level. We've had a lot of discussions on process improvement, minor things. Since it is our first year, I do feel like there's a lot of scraping the surface, is to say, to where we really get a handle of your procedures in year 2 even better, and we're able to find the nuances and things that for improvement. But with the change in personnel, that's also for y'all, that's coming naturally as well. So we've had discussions, fiscal year 26, some improvements and efficiencies that you'll be able to gain.
Anybody have any questions for the auditor? Any further? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, item 3, public comments and announcements. At this time, we would like to listen to any member of the audience on any subject matter, whether or not that item is on the agenda. I'm sorry, I have to accept. Okay. We're not accepting.
Yes, no, we're good.
Yeah,
So I want to make sure.
that's all right. Yeah, that's further. And all comments are limited to a maximum of 4 minutes for each speaker, shall be limited to city business or city-related business or matters of general public interest, and shall not include any personal attacks or abusive language. Any disruptive or abusive behavior will result in removal of the speaker from the council chamber. All public remarks should be addressed to the chair. Comments should not be directed toward individual council members, city staff, or other members of the public. Yeah, if you would, the center microphone. And these are the public comments that folks have signed up for. We'll have another opportunity after we get into the public hearing for specific comments related to the PUD. I have 4 folks who have signed up. Jennifer Pitts is number 1.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pitts, and I'm the owner of Genuine Treasures in Old Seabrook. Before anything else, I would like to say thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this community and for giving me the opportunity to serve on several of the stakeholder committees. Those experiences have allowed me to contribute to a city I truly love. This Saturday, after nearly 7 years, Genuine Treasures will close its doors for the last time. It is the hardest professional decision I have ever had to make. Over the years, Genuine Treasures became more than just a craft boutique. It became a home for 85 local makers, a gathering place for neighbors, a classroom where people learned new skills, and a place where friendships were formed. We created something that can't be measured simply by sales, but passion doesn't always keep a small business alive. We survived the construction on 146. We survived COVID. We adapted to changing markets. We continued showing up because we believed in Seabrook and believed our community would continue to grow alongside us. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, many of us began to feel unheard. We watched excitement build around attracting new businesses, while some of the businesses that had already invested years into this community struggled. Our concerns, when voiced, were quickly dismissed. Supporting small business shouldn't begin only when someone opens their doors. It has to continue every year they choose to stay in your community. I'm not here tonight looking for sympathy. My decision is made, and after this Saturday, a chapter of my life will come to an end. I'm here because I hope my story encourages everyone to ask what can be done differently for the next small business owner. Economic development isn't only about attracting what's next. It's also about supporting the businesses that are already here, the ones that have weathered difficult seasons, invested in this city, and helped shape the community we all value. Small details matter. Things like signage, visibility, communication, accessibility may seem small from the planning perspective, but to a small business owner, they can be the difference between someone finding your door and driving past it. Over the years, there have been conversations, plans, and promises intended to strengthen Old Seabrook and support the businesses that called it home. I understand that meaningful change takes time, but for small business, time isn't always something that we have in abundance. A new 5-year vision does not help a business owner who's been weathered 7 years of waiting. I still believe in Old Seabrook. I still believe in its future. And I hope that the future includes listening to the small business owners who are working every day to make the city special before they're forced to make the same decision I did. Please don't wait until another business is gone to recognize the value it brought to this community. They need your support while it is still standing. It is my sincere hope that the next business owner that is standing here before you is telling its success stories, and not explaining survival and saying goodbye.
Thank you, Jessica. Next is Sophia Campbell.
I may be out of place, I've never come to this before, but when is the hot sun?
You could speak now on either time, yeah. Yeah. But we'll have another opportunity after 6.
No, not for that.
Oh, for what?
That's for the PUD.
Oh, for the PUD after 6, yeah.
At
You,
6.
but you could speak on any other city-related item, sure. Right, this central microphone. You're welcome.
I knew you had a couple of sentences to you. I have some notes to give to everyone in the council. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Sophia Campbell, and I'm with Captain Roy's Marine Training. I'm the General Manager. I wanted to thank Amy Blackwell for inviting me to speak to the council tonight. I'm so sorry.
Are you speaking specifically about the hot tax item? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were.
Yeah, I was confused.
That'll be, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
She'll call you, we'll call you up. Sorry. No, that's okay. All right. Kelly Stewart.
Can you hear me? Good evening, Kelly Stewart. Before we discuss another industrial warehouse project, I'd like to ask a broader question about the direction of our city. We are a waterfront community. Boating and fishing aren't just recreational activities here. They're a part of Seabrook's identity and an important part of our local economy. Our shoreline supports commercial fishing, shrimping, waterfront restaurants, local businesses, and the tourism that keeps people coming back to Seabrook. For generations, families came here to launch their boats, fish our waters, enjoy our parks, and support those local businesses. Those are traditions worth restoring and protecting. Yet after more than a year, we still don't have the public boat ramp we were promised. And when the preliminary concept was presented, it included only 11 truck and trailer parking spaces. For a community like Seabrook, that simply isn't adequate. Residents have consistently asked for meaningful waterfront amenities and better public access to the bay. Those requests have remained largely unanswered. So I have to ask, why does it seem easier to move forward with another industrial warehouse project than it is to deliver a public boat ramp that residents have been asking for? The priorities don't seem to match the community. Our waterfront is our greatest economic asset. People come to Seabrook because of the bay, the fishing, the parks, the trails, and our coastal character. Those are the investments that strengthen our economy while preserving the identity of our city. Every major decision moves us one step closer to the future we're creating. We can choose to strengthen our identity as a waterfront destination, or we can continue approving industrial development until that's what defines us. I'm not asking council to stop planning for economic growth. I'm asking you to make sure that growth reflects the priorities of the people who live here. Residents should not have to come to meeting after meeting asking for the same things. At some point, the burden should not be on the residents to keep reminding the city of what kind of community they chose to live in. We elect representatives to listen, to understand what matters to this community, and to advocate for those priorities. Seabrook's waterfront isn't just where we live, it's who we are. I hope the decision made by this council continue to reflect that. Thank you.
Order, folks. Thank you, Kelly. Joshua Bolthouse, please.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Josh Bolthouse, resident Seabrook my entire life. My parents were the ones who bought the house on Elmar, the first one actually in 1964. So feel very tied to this city. And to reiterate what the previous speaker said, I completely agree. As we are one of the greatest coastal cities in Texas, I'd like to keep that as our image. And we're completely surrounded by plants and many other opportunities. But for us, we're a fisherman's city, and we're nothing but locals that love each other. So if we could continue to do that and not be, harassed, I would say, by many people with lots more funding and a lot more money than we do. I don't think that should be a part of what we are. I've been a server at Tookie Seafood for 7 years, so I hear whenever construction happens or whenever something happens on the road, my customers usually tell me about it because they've been waiting 30 minutes to get seafood, and the traffic is already so bad to begin with. So I've taken time and I've had friends move out of the city, but I don't want to do that because we're the people that stayed. My parents, my grandparents, I've taken care of them, and I want to continue to stay in Seabrook for another at least 10 years. But if it's going to continue like this, I'm not too sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, there's a couple of seats up front if you want to sit up front. Okay, item 3.1, Mayor, City Council, and/or members of the city staff may make, announcements about city or community events.
Okay, so we have another movie night at Meadow Park. Please join us for a fun night featuring Hoppers. Bring some extra school supplies for a chance to win a rooftop cinema club voucher. Movie night will be taking place on Saturday, August the 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Next, we have the community open house for the Seabrook zoning ordinance update. Come and find out more about the zoning ordinance and zoning map update that will be taking place on Wednesday, August the 12th from 6 to 8 p.m. The location will be at the Public Works Complex. You can learn more by going to www.seabrookzoningupdate.com. And finally, we have the Pelican Bay Pool ribbon cutting. Please join the City of Seabrook as we cut the ribbon for the new and improved Pelican Bay Pool. Stick around for a one-day only open swim. Admission is free, but capacity is limited. That will take place on Saturday, August the 22nd from 2 to 6 p.m. at the newly renovated Pelican Pool. That's all we got.
Thank you.
I have something.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget Friday night, the Seabrook Fire Department and the Seabrook police officers are having a kickball game at the Bayside Field here on Meyer. It's open to the public. We would hope to see as many people come out there so that the police officers can have a shoulder to cry on after they get annihilated by our local heroes.
Thank you, Jared. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Item 3.2, City Manager Update and Report to City Council on various items that require no action, including Seabrook boards and commissions, transportation projects, capital projects, and other city projects.
All right, Mayor and Council, your boards and commissions, since you last met, we'll do a little recap on your upcoming agendas. You have EDC special meeting. This will be this Thursday on July 24th. EDC will pick up a conversation on their fiscal year 27 budget again. Also looking at some demo for EDC website marketing and lead generation software. And then they'll ultimately end the night with action item to look at their 27 budget. Your Parks and Trails Committee has an upcoming August 6th regular meeting in which they'll also be looking at 2 consultants coming back for the design sets for Bayside Park design and also an update to the Carruthers design project set as well. For your actions that have happened since the last meeting, we had a joint meeting on your July 8th, at which the workshop for all 3 EDC, P&Z, and Council met for the kickoff of the zoning rewrite with the open house that was mentioned a moment ago. We are also looking at the Parks and Trails Committee. There was a recommendation that they'll be coming back when we get into the budget workshops on a new berm trail that would extend off the berm that we have right now and go all the way down towards Pine Gully. So we taken that consideration, and we'll be adding that to your CIP list. And then they have taken your CIP park section projects and did some prioritization. So we'll also be bringing that back to City Council as well for your budget workshop. The Board of Adjustments on July 13th met. They denied a request for a zoning variance, or excuse me, a variance for the application area for side yard application that they had before them. And then Planning and Zoning had an agenda posted. There was no quorum, so they'll have a reschedule for a zoning change request for a therapeutic service dog training wellness campus off Red Bluff. Transportation, have not gotten any further information back on this project. So as you can see, it's pretty much stalled at the overhead at Red Bluff. They're doing a lot of the work at Port, forward at LaPorte. So continuing to reach out to these folks, but we have no planned delays or further development in our section at this time. The sound study, this was a previous update that I had mentioned. So we did go ahead and kick off Sound Study 2 for this last week, and we're awaiting the report back. This will be for the Port of Houston Rail Spur that is just behind the construction camp there at Red Bluff in 146. Once I get that report back, we'll schedule a discussion item with City Council and come back and discuss that further. On your CIP updates, Pine Gully Pier is officially kicked off. The piles have been ordered, and we're about 1 to 2 weeks out from mobilization. There'll be a small section of Pine Gully parking lot that will be roped off, but we'll have some parking available in that one section as they get kicked off on the project. East Meyer, if you've been down that, the westbound side is starting a phase 2, part 2. So the milling is started on the westbound side, getting ready for the rebar, and we'll report back on the pour for that section. The EMS and EOC building project is also fully back. MCA is the new contractor that we have on site for that. We've made some initial progress this week. However, we do have 2 change orders that came right out of the chute. So we are circling back with the surety company on this one, just restart a conversation. So this will probably slow down for a week or so on the project again. On Bayside, or let me back up, on the demolition at the old wastewater plant, later tonight you have an action item that will be for the dirt remediation. So we've got some updates from Brian on this as you make that consideration. The dirt disposal, after this action item that you have tonight, that'll be cleared, and we go to the next and final step in this process, which will be the grading and the fill. This contractor will move out, and then we will move on to the design set. So Kimberly Horn is the consultant on board. They are going to, as mentioned, go back to Parks and Trails. They'll also be coming back to council with the design set to give you a full update on what the design looks like as far as the actual construction drawings. On Pelican Bay Pool, the gunite has been set in place this week on both pools. This is a shot of the lap pool, so all the plaster is in place. Next step will be the cool deck installation. Again, the playscape's been installed. They're doing final touches on the existing rehab of our existing splash pad, and we are still targeting a middle of August close on this particular project. Our Rural Street preventive maintenance, this is out of the street debt. This is the project that we've been mentioning a couple of weeks. They've done the patch repair, and the HA5 overlay will come next. They were supposed to start this week. They have delayed that, so we'll be at next week on the 27th and 28th. So a good portion of Old Seabrook will get the overlays. We've got a section off of Nassau Road 1 by the Yacht Club, and then a section across over there behind Valero. North Meyer is around 80% complete, so at some point we'll have a final review of the design set for this. Again, just as a recap, we've got the hold on Harris County award resolution. So at some point, the council will have a contract that'll come back from Commissioners Court that we'll need to finalize for the grant on this one. And then again, it'll be later this year before we'll actually kick off this project. Any questions?
Any further update on the TxDOT boat ramp? Is that still scheduled for September let?
It is. I've checked the TxDOT letting, so it is on September's letting month schedule. And last time I spoke to TxDOT, that is accurate.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? All right. Sorry, I get my agenda here. Rachel, did you take my agenda? Item 4, consent agenda. Item 4.1, I'll read these 4 items before we vote. Item 4.1, approve the minutes of the June 30, 2026 and July 7, 2026 City Council meetings and the July 8th joint meeting. 4.2, consider and take all appropriate action on the second reading of ordinance 2026-07, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Seabrook, Texas by revising Chapter 18, Buildings and Building Regulations, Division 6, Plumbing, through the creation of Section 18-339 titled Temporary Portable Restroom Units. The proposed amendment establishes regulations governing the permitting, placement, maintenance, and enforcement of temporary portable restroom units for construction sites, public events, residential uses, and certain permanent installations. The ordinance header is following that. Item 4.3, consider and take all appropriate action on approval of Resolution 2026-12, changing authorized representatives for the Tex Pool investment account. And 4.4, consider and take all appropriate action on the approval of, this reads Resolution 2016-13, but that's a typo. It has been corrected. It is actually 2026-13, designating the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office to calculate the truth in taxation for the tax year 2026. A resolution of the City Council, City of Seabrook, Texas, designating the Harris County Tax Assessor Collector's Office to calculate, sign, and submit for 2026. Okay, that is our consent agenda. All in favor?
Are we in a motion?
Oh, we need a motion, sorry.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Sessom, Councilmember
Second.
Sanford seconds. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? None? Unanimous? Thank you. We'll go into, yeah, we still have 30 minutes before the public hearing, so we'll go into old business, item 5. 5.1, we won't start the public hearing until 6 p.m. because that's how it was publicized, so we'll just continue on. Old business 5.1, consider and take all appropriate action on the ratification of an incentive agreement for a new construction and development grant between Pomodoro's Cucina Italiana LLC and Seabrook Economic Development Corporation for a maximum amount of $850,000.
Motion to approve. Second.
Member Sanford and Councilmember Deemer, is that right? Thank you. Any discussion or questions for Rick? You want Rick to make the presentation? I think the presentation was included in the public packet. Angela?
Absolutely. So I want to start by saying that once again, I know we spoke about this last council meeting. The EDC has built new guardrails because they did identify that there was an abundance of funds that was going out, and it wasn't necessarily appropriate use of taxpayer money. And so those guardrails that have been put in place are great, and they max out at $200,000. I believe that there were comments that this was grandfathered. However, I want to remind council that EDC is advisory. So just because they suggest something doesn't mean that council has to immediately approve that. We've seen that same with the Bayside Stakeholders Committee when we approved standard restrooms instead of the trailered restrooms that they recommended. So with that being said, in order to protect the taxpayer money and do what I think is best for the community, I make a motion that we approve the cap out $200,000 for Pomodoros instead of going backwards and approving $850,000.
So we have an amended,
No, it's just a motion.
no,
It's just a motion, and we need a second.
Counselor, are our choices just to ratify or not ratify?
Well, I mean, she's essentially supplementing, amending the existing motion to put a cap of 200,000, approving it with 200,000. So it would require a second to vote on that.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Microphone.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Rogers seconds the motion. Okay, we have some discussion now. Anybody have anything to say? I do, if no one else does. All right, first of all, it's not my, I don't believe the EDC is a recommending committee to council. EDC is a separate Type B Economic Development Corporation, and this motion will go back to them, and they will make another decision, which will come back to council, which is fine. That's the way it's supposed to work. I personally, as a member of the EDC, I seriously doubt this will come back. It'll probably come back the same as it was, or very close to what it was. And I think I would just like to also, the reason we changed that the development agreement was not because we felt that this project was too much for us. We just decided to go a different direction in the next fiscal year. And certainly you could say that this was the catalyst for that, but it was not because of this project. So if I could just kind of couch this project, and remember we were talking about this back in November, December, before that entire EDGE project got started. And in our minds, this is almost a $200 million private investment in the city of Seabrook, something we haven't had in many years and we may not have again for many years. And as a corporation, we had many, many discussions about this over a 6 or 8 month period. They came to us, of course, for more money. We came back with less. They made another ask. We reduced it again. This ask.
Mayor?
This ask is for capital, yes?
It's a little difficult. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you get closer to the mic? Thank you so much.
All right. I'm having a hearing issue. My ears are clogged. I apologize. So we felt that this project, we have to think about this as an incentive to this restaurant. But I think in our minds as a corporation, as a development corporation, we kind of looked at this as the city's investment to help kick off this private investment project. Now, of course, anybody's free to disagree with that, but that's how we were thinking when we thought about the project. And that's why, of course, we're here to ratify or not, because we're the elected officials, right? So, so technically, these aren't taxpayer dollars. They are sales tax revenue that is sent back to the city from the state. So it's basically a use tax or an income to the city. It does not come out of anybody's property taxes, just in case there's any consideration of that. Also want to reiterate, this is a performance agreement. The restaurant just doesn't simply get paid when they sign a contract. They have to fund the entire project on their own. They have to meet certain performance agreements over a 3 or 5 year period before all of the monies are paid out. They don't get, and they get reimbursed for receipts for capital investment in the project. So this is these capital investments will live beyond the restaurant. Let's say something happens, the Pomodoros fails in 5 years. Everything that we put in place for this investment stays there for the next tenant or the next tenant. And it just makes that project more and more tenable as the years go by. So I just want to give you some idea of how Economic Development Corporation was thinking about this. Rick, do you have any, did I get that about right?
Yes, that's correct. So, the project actually started back in August of 2025, and that was prior to the new policy being enacted. The new policy was enacted back in January 2026. So the project continued to be negotiated over the period of months until we are to where we are today, that we haven't executed. We have a signed agreement, partially signed agreement, and it is just, at this point, it is up to City Council to rectify this agreement from the EDC. So any other questions I can answer for you? I know you all received the presentation that was done by Pomodoros. You received the performance agreement that has been partially signed by Pomodoros. Is there anything else that I can answer for you?
No, I actually have a question for Dave Olson. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Dave, so there was, Mayor made a comment that this would have to go back to EDC. It's my understanding that if we made a motion and approved it to cap it at 200,000, that would be what council is approving.
Yeah, that would be the scope of what is authorized as a project required by statute for your approval as council. But yes, it would end up going back to the EDC because that would require either reconsideration of the whole thing and an amendment to the agreement that they approved, or just going back to the drawing board a little bit. So yes, any amendment I think you make to the agreement that has been blessed by the EDC board will ultimately have to go back to that board.
Okay, so if this motion were approved today, then 200,000, the standard cap that EDC has decided as the proper guardrails would go back to EDC.
Correct.
Okay, I had two other comments to make. I wanted to point out that when Tukey's was showing interest, a household name in Seabrook, EDC, even without that cap, was only willing to give them, I believe it was $650,000. So this is $200,000 over a household restaurant that forged its identity here in Seabrook. And then I also wanted to point out that we already have two fantastic Italian restaurants. Well, I guess that's subjective, but we have two Italian restaurants here in Seabrook, Villa Capri and Mario's. They're in Marco's, if you want to consider them, which we like going there also. So it feels a lot like we're incentivizing competition. So yeah, I just think a happy medium would be to go back and approve the new max incentive amount that, based on the guardrails.
Anybody have anything further to add?
I do.
Yes, sir.
So when this was originally brought in, you said it was back in August of 2025, with the guidelines at the time, was this within those parameters? Was there any special accommodation made at that time, or this was within the guidelines as of August 2025?
It was within the guidelines in August 2020,
Okay.
2025.
And what was their asking amount originally?
The original asking amount was $1,025,016.
Okay. And the total project amount was going to be?
The total project amount, I believe it was 25 or 2.5 million.
2.5 million?
Let me get the exact number for you. It's 2.2593,323.84.
Thank you. And so that project price is still the same for them? That this incentive, reducing the incentive amount, that's still the project that they're facing?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge.
And so when they were deciding to come to Seabrook, they were taking that into account, that there was going to be an incentive for them to come?
I mean, I cannot speak for Pomodoros. I mean, they filed an application. We, as the EDC staff, we put all the information together and we present it to the EDC board. At that point, it's up to the EDC board to deliberate and come up with a proposed amount at that point.
Right. And when they're going through that application process, they're relying on those guidelines that they're going to be able to work within them. So where I'm going with this is I'm wondering about that next person that's interested in looking at Seabrook, and they're looking at the guidelines as they are today, and knowing that they're going to put in, this is since August, so this has been a year of their staffing, our staffing, working through this, that they're going to be committing a year's worth only to have it changed at the very end, I think is going to be a challenge for that next business. So it's something to consider. It's something I'm struggling with. I've seen the comments getting pulled back and forth online as well. So it's a tough one to try to find the compass on.
Hey, Rick, can you flip through your charts real quick to go to the page that shows?
If I could ask everyone to get my attention before you start speaking so that we don't.
Sorry.
With the
Are you
mics, just
finished?
to make sure they're.
Good.
Oh, Rachel, can you flip through the charts to the page that shows the, who's got the charts? Oh, sorry, Miss Gale, thank you. Can you flip to the page that shows how the EDC will get their money back? Or how the city will? Yes, ma'am.
That's on page 21.
So Rick, can you give us a little insight as to what Pomodoro's, what the estimates are to bring to the city, the impact it's going to have, the local impact?
Okay, the local impact, over a 10-year period, they're estimated $33,301,167 in sales. That's total sales. And alcohol sales is $6,052,928. for a combined sales amount of $39,354,096. Then we go over to the next column, which is alcohol sales, 6.7%, and that's $405,546. Jump over to the next column, city sales tax at 1.5, that's $582,391. Jump over to the EDC portion, which is 0.25, which is 1/4%. That's $97,065. Jump over to the next column, which is your crime control district, your public safety. That's another $97,065. For a total local impact of $4,329,418. And that's your column toward the right-hand side at the bottom is kind of highlighted in yellow.
Okay, thank you.
So that's kind of like the general financial picture.
Okay, I just wanted to be certain that's what I was seeing. Thank you.
That's actually old numbers, too. That was the original presentation. Sorry, Mayor, may I fill this in? I'm sorry, that's a new one. My apologies, you just said that. So on this piece that you're seeing up here, that's actually an old data sheet. One of the things I want you guys to really understand is when it comes to alcohol tax in the city, we get, the restaurants themselves get 15%, charged 15%. The city gets 6.7% of that. So when he's going through these numbers, this is a whole package, not necessarily what EDC makes a decision with, but I want everybody here to know that that's a big portion of revenue to our city when we have a restaurant or bar come in. The other piece to this is when you look at the one that we do get 0.25% of all sales tax that happens in the city. That's the column that you're looking at when it says EDC sales tax. The other portion is what we give to our crime district. So we get a total of, it's 2.5% back on all of the sales tax in the city, correct? Out of the 8.25% Harris County gets, we get 2.5%. Is that right?
We get a total of 2 cents. So your EDC is a 1/4 cent sales tax, your crime district's a 1/4 cent.
Okay, there. So I want to make sure everybody understands how that decision is made from these numbers. And we do look at EDC of what the revenue stream could be over the next 9 years. Every time we have something come to EDC, we sit down and painstakingly go through the details. The other part of this contract is that there's a certain number of employees that are going to be required per year for each part of the payout. That is there because those employees will spend money in Seabrook at other business ventures and possibly live here and things like that. So we have a formula that takes all that into consideration as well whenever we look at doing something like this type of an incentive as EDC. So it's not just, oh, we like the development, we're going to invest this money into that kind of a program. But when you're talking about a development that's a $200 million investment into our community and look at the revenue it's going to bring for years to come, and you have one business that's interested in coming in, if you talk to restaurateurs, they don't want to come in and have to build from the ground up. They're looking for a shell that they can move into. And let's say, unfortunately, that happens with this location, we'll have a luxury location that's ready to be moved into should something, God, willing, not that doesn't happen. But if it does, that's the only thing that EDC is going to be willing to invest in outside of quality of life programs. So I do feel like this is a good thing for our city.
Thank you. Angela?
Rick, can you please, I thought I remembered it being stated that the amount of employees that would be hired has reduced from the original negotiation or contract that was agreed upon. Is that accurate?
There's a stair step into the actual project. So year one, there are X number of employees. Let's see, I think Gail can probably bring it up to kind of show you. I think it's the exhibit toward the end, Gail. One of the last pages.
Yeah. I think it said 15 to 20. Yeah, 15. I mean, that's nominal. In my opinion, that's a nominal number. I also wanted to point out that, from my understanding,
You read it wrong. It's 15 part-time and 20.
15 full-time and 20 part-time. Yes, I did. Thank you.
At least.
Which is still nominal.
Okay.
So from what I understand, Pomodoros did not receive incentives from the other locations that they built out at. The research that I've done has told me that. I also saw where they were approached by someone in the city, so maybe not necessarily that they pursued Seabrook. I also want to point out that those numbers are projections, but I don't know how much into consideration they take the fact that there are 2 other Pomodoro restaurants within a 10-mile radius. So there's some extenuating factors that can skew those numbers.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So, Councilwoman Cervantes, are you saying you don't want other businesses that share the same space coming into Seabrook moving forward? You would rather not have duplication in businesses if they're interested in being in business in Seabrook?
What I'm saying is we shouldn't greatly, and by greatly I mean $850,000, incentivize a competing restaurant. That's absolutely what I'm saying. I believe in free market 100%. If an Italian restaurant wants to come in and they want to be successful, I'll eat there, I'll support them. And I encourage everybody else to, too, if they invest in Seabrook, but we're incentivizing unjustly.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, I'd just like to clarify, no one from the city approached Pomodoros to come to the city. It was the developer as part of their job to attract businesses to their development who approached the...
There was a statement made by Pomodoros online, so I'm going off of that statement.
That is what the statement said, yes. Yes, sir.
So total cost build out is like 2.5 million roughly in 84 cents.
Correct. Yeah, it's over that, yes.
So they're upfronting all that money up front to build it, and then the agreement that the EDC came up with was $850,000 payout over 3 years. First year is 600, year 2 125, year 3 125.
Correct.
So if year 1 gets paid out and then say like year 2 or year 3, they don't live up to their end of the agreement, I understand like they would not get those additional payments, but what about payments already paid to them? Are they obligated to return those funds back to the city?
Can you, Mayor, can you scroll down, Gail, the default? Wait, go back up, because it provides the terms if they default on the...
There is a recapture clause, which is C. If Pomodoro fails to achieve the target employment level under Section 2H on or before the expiration date of the term, Pomodoro shall be obligated to return to the Seabrook EDC within 60 days from the expiration date of the term such proportionate share of the incentive by which Pomodoros failed to satisfy the target employment levels. So there is a recapture clause in the agreement. And I mean, David can kind of go into more details on how that happens.
Well, I would just in general knowledge, just trying to, like if they do fail, which we hope they don't, but every contract has to have some sort of a recapture for the people that are giving them the funds. So there is a way that if for some reason something happens and they don't reach their end of the agreement, there is terms to which the city would be able to recoup the money that was paid to them.
That's correct.
And then the projections of what they have is just, it's obviously like, I mean, I'm not a business person, but they're just like projections based off of their knowledge, their experience of how they feel like it will do based on how the economy is going, how business is going. Like, I'm assuming they have a whole formula for kind of how they figured that all out, but that's not part of the actual agreement, correct?
So the numbers, the actual projections, I mean, they do have 2 other restaurants. Some of the projections came out of that information they have from the other 2 restaurants that are currently operational. And then the rest of it are just an increase. I think it's a 2% increase year over year just for inflation and so forth.
Okay. So, and I mean, I think like, you know, they're putting up 2.5 million, you know, $850,000. It's a lot of money. You know, it definitely, I agree. I think everyone agrees that it's a lot of money to put, you know, to reimburse them. I think one benefit is it is a reimbursement. So, I mean, they're putting the money up front, and then they're asking, you know, that they had to live up to their end of the agreement to their projections, their employment status, all those things of what they had to stay with to be able to get reimbursed. I also think, like, we also too have to look at, like, down the road, you know, like kind of like what, you know, Councilman Sanford was saying, like, you know, if we change this up, if we do something different, is this going to potentially affect future businesses who want to come to Seabrook and maybe might have some reservations of wanting to deal with the EDC? If the EDC is going to recommend something, then council is going to kind of, you know, which, I mean, and we have that, that's our obligation to the residents and the citizens to help, you know, help along the way. But I think that one thing that might be an issue, like I said, down the road of attracting new businesses, of maybe having an issue with them, you know, not wanting to do business with us if something like this happens, if that kind of makes sense.
Well, I think, you know, at this point, the council really, I think maybe what EDC is looking for too is for council to say whether they believe or not that a strategic economic incentive can be used to encourage private investment in the city. I mean, that's really the, you know, the 30,000 foot look at this. So, anybody else before we close?
Yep, one closing statement. Our job is to be good stewards of the taxpayer funds, not to pick winners and losers. By approving the guidelines that were put in place, I think that we would be good stewards of the taxpayer funds, and we'd also still be willing to, or we're showing that we're still willing to work with businesses that want to come into Seabrook. So I disagree that this would turn anybody away.
I'm listening. I've read the contract and everything, and I think it's a wonderful written contract. Everything's in place on it to protect the city and the city funds. Just a little taken back at the amount of funds given to this, but I think after reviewing and looking at everything, I think the city is well protected in the future if this does fail.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. There's a sticker shock, and that's something we've all been trying to understand more about. How does this, with this amount, understand it's over a 3-year period, and right now there's not even a building, so there's going to be even more time pushed down. But how would this affect other businesses that we already have, that are already in operation from applying to incentive agreements with EDC?
I mean, it doesn't affect them. I mean, anyone can apply. I mean, the application's online. I mean, they just need to complete the application, submit the application. We'll put all the documents together, and then we present it to the board.
So as far as the funds, we're comfortable if there's other applications that come in from our pre-existing businesses?
We present all applications to the EDC board, and the board makes a decision.
All right. And how many applications do you get a year, roughly?
I mean, anywhere between 3 to 5 applications a year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was I'm so sorry, Byron. So my question, so last I looked, our annual EDC budget is roughly 1.2. Is that still accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is 2/3 of our annual EDC budget then, this one amount?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Byron. Yeah.
That's what we were talking about, the time rollout for it. So that's if we looked at it today in a snapshot, it would take that, but it's going to be over a 3-year period. So it'll be new funds coming in over that time period.
Correct, but 600,000 in the first year is still half of our annual EDC budget in the first year.
Yes, that's correct. I think that let's say this project went through, I think they're looking at maybe the end of 2027 to finish the project-ish. With the current EDC budget for incentives now at 300,000, we're going to roll $1 million by then. We'll roll another 1.2. Let's say we do another 300,000, another 800,000. So I think the projections for 2031, if we don't overspend, we'll have close to $6 million in the account. So just for consideration, it's not like we're killing ourselves here. We have some obviously incentives that are out there, because these projects take a long period of time, that will come out of that eventually, hopefully.
Mayor,
That's where we're at.
may I? Mayor, may I is going to be a new thing.
Yes.
Mayor, may I speak? I'll make it quick.
No, that's okay. We're good. We're at 6 o'clock.
Okay, so I do have another question. I know that a big portion of the revenue for the city comes from permits. How much would a permit on this project, Sean, be? Caught you
I think
flat-footed on that one.
I think we're outside of the.
I just want to make sure there's other ways that the city brings in revenue too. So it's off subject, but I want y'all to know it. So, okay, sorry. I'll stop.
That's all right.
We're treading close to.
We're treading close to. Anything further? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to change the EDC incentive to $200,000 in total. And
David has.
David,
That's fine. We're just capping the amount of incentive at $200,000. We'll vote on that, and then we can vote on the underlying motion to approve it with that amendment. But first,
Ever a motion to approve, David?
there wasn't?
No.
Motion is this 200.
I thought that y'all made a motion.
There wasn't, and this isn't an amended motion. So
So the motion is to approve a $200,000 capped incentive agreement.
Unless
Otherwise, as
there's an
written.
amended motion.
now someone
That's all
can
right.
amend the other way, or no?
Somebody could procedurally amend the other direction, David?
If you want to play that game, yes.
Okay, I'd like to amend it for the original, or amend the motion for the original amount for $850,000.
Well, that gets tricky.
Did I say that right?
And that's fine. It's basically amended motion to go back to the
Original
original
motion.
presented agreement. And if that's seconded, we can vote on that and then go back to the underlying motion.
Right.
That.
The second,
The underlying motion
Is
would
the-
have to fail.
yes. I need a second on that motion if anybody wants to move that forward. To move back to the original 850,000.
Or to amend it to the 800, I have to make sure.
Or
The
let
original
her get the
amount
notes right.
was amend to 850, is that?
Amend to 850.
What y'all are voting on is the agreement as presented, 3 years, $850,000 total.
Okay, that's this motion.
Does everybody understand?
And we'll go back to the first motion.
For now, you're voting on $850,000.
But we need a second
But you
to
gotta
do.
It was already,
We only have a motion.
You have to go back and vote on that.
We will have to go back
Let's
and.
deal with the
but
amendment first.
if we
I
get
need
a
a
sec-
second, or we can't move forward.
Yeah. We second or do we don't move forward?
I'll second.
Okay, now you can. talk
Councilman
about
Hanson
it.
seconds. Okay, now we can discuss this further if we want, or we can take a vote on this amended motion, and then we'll go back to Angela's first motion. No further discussion? Okay, all in favor of going back to the amendment, which is going back to the original 850,000? Okay, that's the vote. In favor? Go back to the 850. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? Councilmember Cervantes, that's
Right, so that, the amendment passes.
amendment passes, and we go back to Councilmember Cervantes' motion.
So David,
And that-
does this one have to fail? 'Cause I-
we're approving the agreement. It's been amended to now go back as originally stated, so it is as presented.
Okay.
The motion on the floor, what you're voting on is the agreement as presented.
And are they gonna
Which
do
we
the
vote, which we just approved that. So now that we need to go back to Angela's.
You approved $850,000. Now you're voting on the motion is the agreement as presented. It's been amended to now reflect as presented. Does everybody understand that? Just what we presented initially. That's what you're voting on to approve.
Okay to pass the first one.
Don't complicate it. Just we're voting on the agreement as presented.
Okay, got it.
So I don't want to ignore Angela's motion, so
Yeah.
because Angela,
Angela's motion. Her motion was amended to be $850,000. We're voting on that.
then we're going back to voting on Angela's motion.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I said.
It's been amended she made a motion at $200,000.
Yeah.
A motion was made to amend that to $850. That passed.
Yes.
We're going back to her original motion, but at the originally stated numbers.
I'm confused.
This is why you just vote on the original thing. If it fails, you make another motion. But you are voting right now, there's already a motion and a second on the floor, but what you are essentially voting, so everybody understands, is the agreement as presented, $850,000.
That one already passed.
It was an amendment to Angela's motion amendment.
Amendment to approve it going back to 850, that's what passed. The amendment passed. Now you're voting on the underlying motion.
Back to the original motion,
Correct.
which was
$850,000.
which was item 3 point, no, let's see, sorry. Where are we at here? 7.1. Yes, it's silly, I know. We're going, now we need
It's very important that council, do you understand what you're voting on? I'm getting a lot of blank stares. I want to make sure you understand that you're voting on the motion that Rick has on the screen right now. It's for that agreement as presented with those numbers.
Even though the
Okay, good.
all in favor. Opposed. Councilmember Cervantes opposes. The motion carries.
We're good.
It is now 6:05, and we go into items, Officer Boniface, thank you. We have another list, sorry.
I'm going to make sure that mic's still on.
If you didn't get a chance to sign up on the list and you want to talk, I'll ask. But we'll let these folks go first. If I forget to ask somebody, yell at me. Okay, that'll be this microphone in the center. Item 6, specific public hearing. Item 6.1, conduct a public hearing on a request for approval of a preliminary planned unit development, preliminary PUD, to create a local support multi-tenant distribution center consisting of an approximately 464,400 square foot warehouse and an approximately 205,200 square foot warehouse. And I would ask Sean Landis, our Deputy City Manager, to give us a presentation before we move on with that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What I'd like to do real quick is just introduce the request. The applicant is here to do a full and complete presentation to y'all on their request, but I'd like to introduce the project itself. So the property in question is located just north of Red Bluff Road, and it's going to be located south, or it's being proposed to be located south of the new commercial road that the port's going to be building in the near future. The property itself, this is the property it's highlighted. A portion of this property is already zoned LI. This portion of the property could actually have warehouse construction on it currently under our current zoning. The portion back to the west is zone C2, and then the portion of the property just north of Red Bluff is zone C1. This exhibit actually represents the future land use map that's contained within our comprehensive master plan. Within the comprehensive master plan, this property lies in two different land use categories. The first, the northern portion, is the office warehouse district, and the southern portion is the Red Bluff district. The intent of the office warehouse district within the comp plan is the creation of an area to facilitate and promote office and warehouse development. And then the southern portion, the Red Bluff district, is to buffer, the intent is to buffer and support adjacent residential areas from anticipated office warehouse development in the northern portion of the city with general commercial and neighborhood commercial uses. Within our ordinance, it prescribes or gives an explanation of what a plan unit development is. And what a plan unit development is a land use design incorporating the concepts of density, transfer, and common open space. The PUD designation serves as an overlay zone. In this capacity, the designation applies a new and different set of development guidelines to the base zoning district in which the parcel or property is located. Within that, there's some elements that the PUD has to comply with. PUD designations may be applied to property located within any zoning district within the city. PUD projects may cross 2 or more zoning districts. Not less than 20% of the land shall be reserved for common open space. Mixed-use projects involving both residential and commercial land use activities shall be permitted in any zoning district. The PUD serves as a master plan, and the final PUD plan is adopted by ordinance. This is a two-part process. Initially, the applicant's required to go through a preliminary PUD plan review process, which is what we're going through currently. The applicant must present to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then the City Council. There's public hearings required. And if this is approved, then the applicant can move forward with the final PUD plan review and approval process. We go back through the same process. The applicant will prepare the final PUD document with any conditions that are placed on them through the preliminary PUD process. And then the applicant will go back through the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll have public hearings. They'll present the final PUD plan to Planning and Zoning for a recommendation. And then ultimately they'll come back to City Council for possible final approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this request at their June 18, 2026 meeting. They did recommend unanimously approval with the final conditions. To incorporate applicable safety and material handling regulations from the city's light industrial zoning district. Well, what that means is they reviewed this, and within our light industrial districts, there's limitations on the types of uses you can have. So they want that incorporated into the PUD. Basically, they want them to adopt the same standards that are in our zoning ordinance and incorporate that into the PUD document, which limits all kinds of different types of heavy commercials, such as storage of hazardous materials or having hazardous materials in any of these warehouses. So that would be incorporated into the document as part of their recommendation. Address construction-related impacts and management measures along Red Bluff. So again, the concern came up if the north road is not constructed, that the port's going to be constructed, how are they going to construct this project during that period of time that the road hasn't been completed? So that was one of the elements that they wanted to be addressed in the PUD documents. Incorporate applicable Class A building material requirements and design standards consistent with other approved plan unit developments within the city. So they wanted to make sure that this is a tilt wall constructed building, that it's going to have some architectural elements so it looks more like an office warehouse type facade where it's going to be seen from public ways and instead of just a normal standard warehouse. Evaluate the proposed landscape berm to determine whether additional height is appropriate and identify the factors that establish the final berm height. So again, they're proposing, I believe, a 4-foot tall berm, and the board wanted them to go through and look at the design and see if that could be increased. There were some questions in part of the conversation trying to address how that would be done in a small area so they can maintain the side slopes so they can actually maintain the berm. So it was something that the developer or the applicant said they would take a look at and then come back with recommendations on how they could possibly incorporate that into the document. Include provisions requiring the replacement of dead and failing landscape materials to ensure long-term viability of the landscaping. So again, they just wanted, within the landscaping requirements of the PUD, they wanted some regulations and teeth in that if the landscaping does start failing or dying within those required landscaping buffers within the document itself, that there's some clawback that gives the city some authority to make sure those things are replaced. And then ensure the proposed site lighting complies with all applicable city lighting standards and regulations. Again, they want us to take our standard regulations. What they're recommending is we take our standard regulations that require no lighting bleed coming from the site and incorporate that into the PUD document so it's very clear that if there's any lighting, that they'll have to do photometric survey submitted with the plan showing that there's no light bleed from the property. With that concludes my introduction, and I welcome any questions you guys may have of me.
Does anyone have any questions for Sean before we're going to bring the developer up to do a presentation on the project? We're going to bring the developer up. Anybody want the developer to come up and do a presentation on the project? Is he prepared to do
Yeah,
that?
he's here. The developer's here and prepared.
Yeah, I think that'd be good to have the developer speak on behalf.
Sure. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is J.W. Fields. I'm with Constellation Real Estate Partners. And I've got some presentations that I'll hand the hard copies to you right now. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be before you here tonight. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce the rest of our team. We've got David Reed, Head of Construction Management, and then Robert Veal and James Snee, who are also in the room, Development Associates. And then with us, we've also got Austin Posey with Langen Engineering, who's our civil engineer on the project. As I go through the presentation tonight, as I said to the Planning and Zoning Committee, I want to hit on 3 key themes that you'll see throughout this presentation. One, we very much want to make this PUD application in conjunction with the City of Seabrook and in partnership with y'all. Number 2, I think as you'll see in our site plan, we've designed it to be very sensitive to the surrounding uses of the area with the residential zoning to the south and the neighborhood to the southeast. And then lastly, we want this to be an economic win for the City of Seabrook, which I'll go through the numbers on the final slide of this presentation. A little background about our firm. Constellation Real Estate Partners has been around since 2021. It was formed by 2 executives that had very extensive careers at other firms. I myself had a very tenured career at another firm. We launched in 2021. We are now one of the most active industrial developers in the Houston region. We've currently closed on 9 projects in the Houston area, totaling over 3.4 million square feet, and have numerous other projects in the pipeline, of which this is one. Some of this will be a little bit redundant from Sean's comments, so I apologize for the redundancy, but we are under contract on the 59 acres, colloquially known as the Lazari Tract. The subject site currently has mixed-use zoning, and we are seeking a rezone to a planned unit development. And upon completion, we estimate that this will provide approximately $75 million in taxable value to the region, $1.73 million in annual taxable value total, or annual taxable revenue, and then $343,000 directly to the City of Seabrook. This is the site location. On Red Bluff Road, just east of 146. And, this is our current site plan that we've worked extensively on over a sustained period of time. I'd like to call out several features about our development to bring your attention. One, we are going to prohibit truck traffic along Red Bluff Road, so there will be no 18-wheelers driving along Red Bluff Road to access this project. The only vehicular access you will see on our project is this area in the bottom right, which will be solely for emergency vehicles. So there'll be a crash gate here, and that will allow emergency vehicles to access the property. But otherwise, all traffic, including regular vehicular traffic, will be routed through this future road constructed by the Port of Houston. I checked into the Port of Houston a few weeks ago. They are currently finalizing their design and estimate construction will commence in first quarter of 2027. Additionally, I'd like to call out this 50-foot landscape buffer on the south side. So we're going to have currently planned a 4-foot berm on the south side of the property, which will be fully landscaped and provide a significant buffer between Red Bluff Road and the project to minimize any sight lines from Red Bluff Road to our project. And then also, we've designed our detention ponds on both the east and west side of the property to kind of transition from the residential areas to this industrial development to ease any further buffering of our project. One question that was asked has been, what is the distance between the edge of Red Bluff Road to the edge of the building here? That is approximately 220 feet. So it'll be a pretty significant distance from Red Bluff Road to the current edge of our building. Why we think this makes sense for the City of Seabrook, in Sean's presentation, the site is already partially zoned for industrial. And, given this property's location to the Bayport Container Terminal, we think it's just a logical land use for this location. Additionally, the Port of Houston does have a practice of utilizing eminent domain to take property. And once that road is in, we do think that is a distinct possibility. So this will be Seabrook's, I think, a very good opportunity for the City of Seabrook to capitalize on capturing that taxable value for this property. Other considerations, our firm, we only work with institutional investors. We develop Class A product, concrete tilt wall with glass. aluminum canopy, so it is a institutional grade product and something that we think will be aesthetically pleasing. I'll show you a couple examples of projects we've done to date. As I mentioned, we're going to prohibit all truck traffic along Red Bluff Road, and we're going to have that extensive 50-foot manicured landscape buffer and the detentions on the east and west side to minimize any sight lines from Red Bluff Road to our project. These are the current renderings for the project. We have partnered with Gorey Architecture. We've worked on several projects in the Houston region. This is just our current design, but the design will be something very, very similar to this. A trademark feature of Constellation projects is that blue canopy, which I'll show you some photos of pre-existing projects. Just another angle from the project. And then this is just a rendering of what the landscape buffer could potentially look like along Red Bluff Road. Obviously, those are mature trees. It won't look like this day one, but the idea is that we're going to plant trees and they will mature into a buffer that minimizes any sight lines to the project. These are all photos of projects that we have completed in the Houston area, and I'd be happy to provide the addresses of these or further information on the locations of these projects, who our partners were, and the financial success of these projects. Lastly, just want to call out this, as I mentioned, we estimate based on other industrial properties located within the city of Seabrook that will deliver just north of $75 million in taxable value to the region, providing $1.73 million in annual taxable revenue, of which the city of Seabrook will capture $343,000 of that. Again, just an estimate, but it's very much estimated based on the existing tax value you're seeing with industrial properties in the region. And I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions you may have about our project.
Angela or anybody? Go ahead.
So, so I was told, or actually we received an email, that this is a federal wetland, that it's been designated in the federal agency registry. Have you guys considered that?
We have a jurisdictional determination from the Army Corps of Engineers that these wetlands are non-jurisdictional. I was out there actually on the site with the Army Corps of Engineers walking the property. It was probably a little over a year ago, and happy to provide that report to you.
Yeah, I would love to see that, because if you go out there, that's very surprising. So by what you're saying, the Army Corps of Engineers has recanted that it is designated wetland? Is that what you're telling me?
There is a difference between being a wetland and being a jurisdictional wetland. So there are wetlands on the property. I fully recognize that. They are not jurisdictional. And the definition of jurisdictional would be a continuous surface connection to a water of the U.S. And per their determination, they did not determine that there was a continuous surface connection. We are very sensitive to the Army Corps of Engineers and their opinions on matters, which is why that was one of the first things we did on this property when we able to get under contract, was work closely with the Army Corps of Engineers.
So what you're telling me is this falls outside the guidelines of the Clean Water Act, and you guys would not be required to get a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, thank you.
I did speak to the colonel recently, not about this, but they have changed their guidelines in the last couple of years, so it doesn't quite cover this. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mayor, so you will not start construction until that road north of it is completed?
That's not our current plan. So what we have discussed on that is obviously the neighborhood is going to be very, very sensitive to any traffic along Red Bluff Road. So what we have, our current plan is what we want to do is eliminate any staging of trucks on Red Bluff Road. So we're going to create a staging area on our property here in the southern portion so that there are no standing trucks along Red Bluff Road at any time.
So there would be truck traffic on Red Bluff during construction? But not the 18-wheelers, just like...
Correct.
Cement trucks, like typical...
It would be cement trucks primarily. We would not have 18-wheelers coming down here yet.
Okay.
Are there any green initiatives that are attached to this project that would help the wildlife that's currently been living there for 60 years?
We have landscape areas. As far as specific designated, natural areas for our planned development, we don't have those currently contemplated, but I'm happy to have any conversation with y'all about what y'all envision that looking like.
Do you have something more specific, or was that just?
Well,
Now's the time.
is it? Okay. It's not part of the zoning necessarily discussion, but it's definitely something that's looming is we've got giant trees out there and gorgeous things that are going to be, I'm assuming you clear cut because you're planting new trees with your renderings that you're showing us. So these large trees that could already act as a barrier might not have to be cut down. You're already kind of planning, and I'm not saying that in an accusational tone, I'm asking, are you already planning to do clear cutting and then rebuild on that 4 foot?
I can speak to another development we're doing right now, and we'd be happy to try to incorporate this in this development. So we are currently developing a project along Cullen Boulevard, just north of Beltway 8 inside the city of Houston. There are, I would probably say, 15 to 20 very mature live oaks that line the edge of our property. And we went at great lengths to preserve those trees. We hired an arborist and preserved those trees as part of our development because we look, anytime we can preserve trees in conjunction with our development plan, we'd like to do it because we think it adds value and we think it's the right thing to do. So if there are opportunities to preserve trees and largely maintain our current development plan, we would be open to looking at that.
Okay, a couple other ideas, a wildlife corridor that goes from the back of the property, well, I guess the front of the property, the back is Red Bluff, the front of the property that goes down to our wildlife refuge, which is about 83 acres. It's to the right of you guys, if you're looking from Red Bluff. Because essentially what's going to happen is that wildlife is going to have to dissipate and go down to the other areas of Pine Gully and things of that nature. The other initiatives that I was looking at were green rooftops where we can maybe do plantings on the rooftops or have dark out times where wildlife's, what am I trying to say? Circadian rhythms aren't affected by the lights of the warehouse. Those are just some ideas of possibilities that I'd like to put out there and see happen just to try to help them. And then when we're actually doing the actual project, if that does come to fruition, if we could go from 146 side down just to give them the progression of actually getting the heck out of there whenever all this comes slamming down. So if it does, those are the things going through my head at this time, that and making sure the traffic on Red Bluff isn't deafening for our residents.
Okay.
So Summer, great recommendations and suggestions. And with that being said, I just wanted to make a statement, remind council that this PUD amendment is discretionary, so we're under no legal obligation to approve it. What that means is we have the authority and power to say, we want to see these things that Summer has suggested and anything else that might protect our citizens and our wildlife before we approve it. So I just want to remind council, this isn't an all or nothing today. We can go back to the table.
Absolutely. This is the preliminary discussion to get all these things out in the open to decide the things that we want to have or need to have before this goes back and they finish their plans. And absolutely, this is the time to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Could we also add rebuilding of the trail or the relocation of the trail that runs along their property?
I don't think any of our trails.
I don't think it's going to be impacted, but if
none of our trails run along their property.
Okay, so can you say that again so everyone can hear?
Our trails don't run along their property. It's private property.
Thank you.
But we did have, I thought, some general discussion at P&Z I may have been imagining about somehow incorporating part of our trail system maybe into that buffer area.
Yeah, we can do that. And I'll say it's not uncommon in other industrial developments to have walking trails around the detention pond. I've seen that as an amenity, and that's something we could potentially look into as well.
Kind of piggybacking off of Councilwoman Sanford's was green initiative opportunities with the detention pond, seeing that those are big bodies of water, concerns with mosquitoes or opportunities that we can have to prevent mosquito infestations, or also in reading about the email that Angela referenced was about the wetlands and the sponging effect that they can have. I'm not sure what creative opportunities there are for, because that's 501,500 square feet of water that something like that could be implemented on. So right now, just brainstorming, I guess, is the thought.
I think that water's about almost 27% of your property. Whatever.
Yeah, so we've designed this with adequate detention. We obviously can't move forward with that, without that. These ponds are, correct me if I'm wrong, Rob, these are dry detention ponds, correct? They're wet bottom, okay, so they're wet bottom. So, we will do our best to make them an amenity for the city. I mean, I think if they're wet bottom and there's a walking trail around them, I think that's a fairly nice feature for the city. So there are two types of detention ponds, wet bottom and dry bottom. So dry bottoms drain out. When it rains, they fill up and drain out immediately. Wet bottoms are typically just hold water in perpetuity, correct, Austin? I'm not an engineer. That's why I brought my engineer, so he could maybe explain it better.
Very similar to what you would see. A wet bottom pond is something very similar that you would see in front of a big subdivision. The advantage to doing it on a property like this is it allows us to dig out more dirt to help us with the earthwork balance on the site without actually having to deepen our stormwater outfall. So in this wet bottom configuration, there will be a static water surface elevation that always stays there, and our outfall pipe will be right at that elevation. So as water stages up above that, it'll then continue to drain out. And to the point about mosquitoes, we'll have some form of an aerobic system in that pond that circulates the water, or some form of treatment system to prevent that buildup.
Yes, sir.
The road connecting your the proposed property to the major road that the port's building, is the port doing that, or would y'all be doing that?
The road, the major road, or the connector?
Basically the long driveway.
We would be constructing that, and we have been working with the port for that configuration.
All right. Would that driveway not be affected by the berm over there?
Is that to the west side of Pine Gully of the actual body of water, the driveway?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Is it
the body of water, Pine Gully?
Yes.
There's sort of a tributary that runs there.
Yes.
But, so
we would have box.
Not over.
We would have box culverts going through the Pine Gully area.
So is that affected by the berm? The berm that above like where the fire field is? So would they go through that, or?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't get a great answer.
That's a good question.
And
sure looks like it.
So if we were to have y'all put develop a trail system around the detention ponds, a bunch of our locals, especially the kids, love to ride their bicycles to go fishing in ponds around the area. Would that be something that y'all would be in favor of or opposed to, or maybe stock the pond with some catfish and bass?
I don't know. I don't. This is an industrial warehouse park. I don't know that it's an ideal area for, as long as we had grade separators, and that was clearly defined, I think we'd be open to it. But, it is an industrial warehouse park, and, I want you all to be cognizant of that.
Right, yeah. I just know like other areas, cities around, they've had other developments that have taken away some of where the local, especially the teenagers, like to go fishing. And I think, I'd rather have them doing that than getting into other shenanigans and around the city. So
shenanigans, but those were residential areas.
Absolutely.
Mayor, may I? That's going to be fun from now on, just so you know. The other thing to kind of correlate with Councilman Sessom is there are parts of that if we could look at those culverts having a wildlife corridor on the sides somehow, because there is other parts to that area that the wildlife do go into. So when you guys are contemplating, if it gets to that point, if you guys could contemplate that being part of the wildlife corridor as well, that would be excellent.
Okay. Guy, did you have anything before Angela says something? You haven't said anything yet.
Not at this time, no, I don't.
Okay, Angela.
So looking at the design, it's a 4-foot berm from what you said. The building is 50 feet in height, if I recall looking at the design properly.
I think there's a maximum of 50 feet, yes.
Where did 4 feet come from to be a sufficient blockade from residents to?
There are limitations to how high you can berm within a certain area. So that is one thing. And we have looked at raising the berm to 6 feet to try to provide a larger buffer. It's going to require a more in-depth hydraulic analysis because the 6 feet, and Austin will be able to explain this better, it creates some complications with Harris County flood control as relates to Pine Gully Ditch potentially. But it's something we're open to if we can make it work with Harris County flood control.
I think the higher they go, the wider they have to go. So.
It makes sense, but 4 feet, when you're talking about a 50-foot building and you have homes, residential all around
I
it.
think the trees are going to go on top of the berm. Is that? Do you have that
Correct.
cut out?
Yeah. The trees are going to go on top of the berm.
Trees don't grow overnight.
It was in the PD application. I don't know if Sean can pull the visual of the berm was in the PD application.
There was a visual that had from Red Bluff, there was a little dip and then the berm and then to the driveway.
I have a question to you, Mayor, when you're ready.
Can I be after Jared?
It was in the PUD, I believe it was in the PUD app, the actual PUD application. There we go. There.
That one. Paul, when you plant trees like this on the berm and around the berm.
So, I mean, obviously what's rendered here is mature trees. I mean, I would say we would plant trees that are, I wish I had an exact height for you. I would say roughly 6 to 8 feet tall. I mean, 6 feet tall, roughly.
Okay. And then based on your previous projects, any idea, I mean, is this a 20-year growth to get to that point or?
It depends what type of trees we plant. I mean, live oaks typically grow at a slower pace. We plant cypress trees; those grow at a much faster pace. So we work in conjunction with y'all to plant trees that are, y'all be most amenable to.
Any follow-up on that? Okay. Let's see. I had a couple things. Oh, drainage. Oh, sorry, Melanie, you want to go? Jared, go ahead.
Just had a question on hours of operation, and is this going to be a 24/7 facility, or there are with some areas around there, like the noise, and everything. Like, what time would y'all envision?
So we develop these properties on a speculative basis, meaning that we don't know who the tenants are going to be. That being said, we would adhere to any noise ordinances required by the city of Seabrook, required by the zoning. But yes, they would be 24-hour facilities.
A quick question on the lighting. So you guys would ensure that the lighting would not be intrusive to the neighbors?
We would work. That's a very easy ask, and that's something we can definitely work with you on a photometric study to minimize, any lighting going into the neighborhoods and keeping that to a minimum.
Okay.
The drainage. How is the drainage being handled for stormwater, for instance?
So our detention. Yeah, this is again translation here.
So to just kind of give you guys a brief overview, to the north of our site, there's a Harris County owned and maintained flood control ditch, and our detention ponds will outfall to that system. So as a result of that, we're going to have to adhere to not only City of Seabrook's criteria, but also Harris County Flood Control District's criteria. And in this case, HCFCD's criteria will actually be more strict than the City of Seabrook requires. So we'll be checking both boxes on that end. We'll be detaining at a very high detention rate, close to 1 acre feet of storage per acre of development. And as well, since we're in the floodplain, we'll ensure that we have no net fill on the property, and we'll ultimately end up in a pretty net cut scenario based on the analyses we're going to have to run through Flood Control District.
I have another question. Last one. Do you know, just based off other developments y'all have done, like how many jobs this development might be able to create for the area? I know it's hard to not know who's going to be in.
Without knowing who the specific tenant is, it's very difficult to say that. I will say this: these warehouses, given their proximity to Bayport and Terminal, so the Bayport Terminal are most likely leased by someone that's affiliated with the port, that is in the logistics industry, that is bringing in product from the port, warehousing it, and then distributing it to either the Houston region or the broader kind of Southwest U.S. We could probably consult with a economic consultant to give you more kind of accurate depiction of what that looks like. But I think if you look around the roster of tenants in the neighborhood, it'd be something very similar to that.
Byron.
What kind of hurricane preparedness do you have for the facility?
As far as just the construction materials, we're going to build it to code. And I think in this region, we built a project on the South Belt on Telephone Road. And given that location, we were required to, I believe it was by the city of Houston, to provide a much higher rated glass than is typically custom on something further inland. So we built a code, and we don't want our building to deteriorate in a hurricane. So it's something that we build very high quality product, and something that we want to make sure that's something that's going to withstand a storm.
Excellent. Yeah, I was thinking about the news report where the roof just comes right off, so we don't want that here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Angela.
Have you guys had any conversations with TxDOT? This is a huge point of contention. I know you keep pointing out that y'all aren't going to feed out on Red Bluff, but this TxDOT road the port road that's being built is feeding onto Old 146, which already doesn't have capacity, arguably, for the trucks that do come through there. So have you guys had any conversations with TxDOT regarding this?
We have not consulted with TxDOT on this, as that the Port of Houston Road is not a TxDOT road, and they don't have jurisdiction on that road.
I think at the intersection, the port is going to increase the number of lanes there at that intersection, also north and south on Old 146. But that's part of the, not their project, but part of the port project.
But it's all affecting Seabrook. So I, to be honest, wouldn't feel comfortable approving this until we know that there's for sure something and that we see that in the works. Because this will impact traffic. Egregiously. There, amongst other complaints, traffic is going to be a huge issue for this.
Summer?
Mayor, may I?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious, what kind of resolution would you want to see before that was approved in your perspective? So you're saying there's a chance that you would approve it if the traffic was mitigated based on what you just said?
You're just taking one piece of what I said. There's a lot of mitigation. Like I said, all of these requests that we're throwing at them, we can throw them at them as much as we want, but if we approve it, then they can say we're going to try our best. They're not being held to it. So first of all, that's why I wanted to reiterate that we don't have to vote on it today. That might be putting the cart before the horse. As far as traffic goes, I would like to see something more concrete from TxDOT that they are indeed working on this road, and I'd like to see that coming to fruition before we bring hundreds of trucks.
I'm confused on something. So you're saying you want to make sure that the South Access Road, the Newport Road that's going in, is completed or being used for this construction project I'm just making sure I'm clear.
No, I'm talking about for the Seabrookians that need to use this road. I'm talking about that traffic.
So the expansion of the intersection there is what you're concerned about?
I'm talking about 146 all the way to the intersection. I know you don't live in that area, but for the people that do, it is horrible already.
Sure.
And so we are going to be making it even worse.
Okay.
Anything else?
I've got something. I don't know if we can pull up the plan that we looked at the other day for the intersection there. I believe it's the intersection of 146 and Red Bluff the plan is to do a 6-lane intersection.
Mayor, I do want to remind council this is a public hearing, so I don't mind y'all interacting with them because the public gets a benefit of that discussion. But of course, we do have an item about this later, so I think just keep that in mind.
Okay. You want to see that now? Or?
I would like to see it if
and then we'll go to the.
Just move on from that, just to show what TxDOT has planned.
That's on the warehouse district page.
Right. So, Counselor, we were in receipt from Port of Houston, they shared with us the 100% plans for what they're calling Southern Access Road. What I'll pull up right now is the TxDOT plans on the EDC website to give you, I don't have the 100% plans on this computer, but I can, Sean, I don't know if you're talking, I'll pull it up.
So, I mean, as we discuss what's going on the southern road that's going to be coming from the port, that's going to be a main second ingress and egress coming from the port. The port has already communicated that to us. So this warehouse is going to provide minimal impact because it's going to be, I mean, the impact's already going to be there. The port is creating a second means of ingress. There's going to be flyovers coming off of this road at some point in time. So what's being planned currently is going to change how that intersection currently functions and it's happening.
Respectfully, I think minimal is kind of a subjective term. So these warehouses are going to be bringing more truck traffic. So yeah, I think that's a very subjective statement to make. I sat in the meeting when the port and TxDOT were presenting that flyover. They gave it a 10-year projection. So we keep presenting it as if it's something that's going to happen tomorrow, but we're talking about potentially 10 years that our citizens have to sit in this traffic until that gets completed.
I agree with you, but the traffic's going to come within the next year. I mean, the port is going to be rerouting a lot of their truck traffic that's currently coming off Port Road down that road, and it's going to be going through that intersection in the near future.
Agreed completely. I just don't think that we need to exacerbate the issue. We have control over this, so we should control this to protect our citizens.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Rogers' question real quick, and then we'll go to open comments. Gail, you want to explain what we're looking at?
So what I've pulled up right now is on the EDC website. This is got a CSJ number. This is TxDOT's plans that they shared with us. So what I call the dilapidated intersection there that needs help. TxDOT was planning a 6-lane expansion for the highway project that they're doing back over towards LaPorte. Right now, the LaPorte project, which includes some of Seabrook, will not happen until 2028. So the Port of Houston incorporated this intersection improvement into Southern Access Road. So this intersection all the way back to the port is now a complete project. So the 100% plans that we received the other day included this intersection. So the port's planning on constructing the improvements to this intersection plus the new road to the port.
Okay, thank you. And just for everyone, this is available on the city's website on the economic development portion of the site. I think it's in the warehouse district if anybody wanted to look at it and print it out and look at it closer. All right, I think we should let the folks have a say. We have, I think 11 people signed up, but I'll ask at the end if anybody hasn't signed up. I'm going to go in order. Kelsey Bodwin, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Bowden, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the proposed warehouse. Like many of my neighbors, I chose to make Seabrook my home because the beautiful waterfront, the amazing restaurants, and the other small businesses, and of course the lovely nature trails, including our place along the Great Texas Coastal Birding Trail. These are some of the qualities that make Seabrook special, and I'm here to remind you all that they are worth protecting. I personally live near Port Road, so I experience firsthand the impacts of the heavy traffic every single day from these trucks. Unsafe 18-wheelers are a significant problem. In fact, just today, an 18-wheeler illegally turned onto Toddville Road and became stuck in a ditch blocking our roadway. Incidents like this are not rare. They are a part of our daily life. The traffic congestion is already unacceptable. It frequently takes 20 minutes or more to travel approximately 3 miles from Toddville Road just to 146. The constant 18-wheeler traffic also creates hazards. In less than 2 years, I myself have had to replace 2 windshields and 6 good tires because of the rocks and debris that are left on Port Road in Red Bluff and 146. I've also lost count of how many 18-wheelers have driven in the wrong direction on the road and have met me head-on directly. I would like to highlight that no matter what safeguards are put in place, these truck drivers are flat out clueless and absolutely lawless. These 18-wheelers frequently mosey their way into our small neighborhood as well, despite the numerous signs that are currently in place. What makes Constellation, or anyone else for that matter, think that their truck drivers won't end up in our neighborhoods and on our roadways? They will continue to tear up the roads and drop debris on our roadways. Increasing warehouse development will only bring more trucks, more congestion, and more safety concerns to our community. Beyond the traffic, this proposal raises a larger question. What kind of city do we want Seabrook to be? We certainly did not choose to live here to become a warehouse city. We don't want to become another version of Deer Park. Seabrook was built on natural beauty, recreation, wildlife, and quality of life. There are already numerous warehouse facilities in the surrounding areas, and they remain vacant. There is simply no compelling reason to sacrifice Seabrook's character and residents' quality of life for another warehouse development. I respectfully ask that you all vote against this proposal and protect the community that voted you all into office and the great community that so many of us call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Kevin Lilly.
Hi, my name's Kevin Lilly. I live back in Mystic Village, 1825 Wallington Lane. The last time the warehouse came up for issue, I spoke then and I was against it then. And I'm here today again saying no. Not under the circumstances, the what ifs and such. Until the Port Road infrastructure 146 intersection is completed, we don't need it. We don't want it. I live back in Mystic Village. Bayway Homes is building homes out that'll eventually get to Red Bluff. Would any of you want to live looking out your house and seeing warehouses? My thought is you wouldn't. You're here for your citizens. You need to listen. Look at the amount of people here tonight. And if I was to ask for a show of hands, I would imagine everybody here would be raising their hands saying no to this. You need to listen. Right now, nobody's even brought up the fact of possibly 200 more homes Bayway will build over the next 5 to 10 years. Lake Meadja is not built to take all that water. Back in 2013, when Bayway first started building homes, we were told after their first 80, there would be no more water pumped in there. Just recently, Wallington Lane flooded again. Okay? That's because of Bayway. Where are you going to put this water in the future? Think about what you're doing. And ask yourself, yes, I understand, eminent domain. That worries me. But make your people that are coming in and wanting to do things, do it right. If you want to build warehouses off of Red Bluff, do 100 yards in. Leave the trees that are there. That way you have nature, okay? That is your buffer zone. You don't need a berm and plant 8-foot Bradford pear trees. They're going to take 20 years to fill in. It doesn't make sense. We got to be smart about what we do with our future of Seabrook. And I ask each and every one of you to take that into consideration before you vote. And consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Wacker.
Hi, Ann Wacker. I live off Toddville Road in Seabrook. First of all, thanks to City Council and staff. I know you've put a lot of work into this already. I recognize it's a complicated issue. We're balancing the property owner's right to develop and the new development company to monetize it and the city to get some tax revenue. I recognize that totally. But I'm opposed to it. There's overwhelmingly community desire to preserve our green space, protect the environment and the wildlife. to preserve our community coastal vibe that we currently have. So what you have is you're going to concrete over all that green space. We can talk about there's a PUD there or what it's zoned for, but you actually have the power to listen to the citizens and preserve this. So I oppose definitely, at a minimum, a quick rubber stamp tonight of what has been presented so far. So I'm asking, has staff explored other options with the property owner for this property, such as a conservation easement, a partial or whole donation with naming rights to a park, environmental grants, or what about even surveying residents for potential a green space bond? Consider locating the needed police department on part and turning the rest of it into some type of green space or park. But if you do decide to approve now or in the future, at least take the time to use your powers and put some restrictions on the project in place. I discussed some of those issues with Councilman Sanford today, and I appreciate her bringing them to your attention. My ideas were more green space setback, as the last gentleman just said, with a minimum number of trees preserved. And it's ridiculous to me that we're going to cut down all the trees that we already have and plant little bitty ones. I just can't even see it. I also would like to see that have some type of wildlife corridor that's already mixed in with the trees to connect to our Seabrook refuge area that we already have. During the raising of the land, and that's what it would be, raising of the land, at least clear it from the west to the east to give some of the larger animals a chance to relocate safely. Consider also that you can impose restrictions on timing of when things are done. You can take an effect. There's a lot of communities that do this. When is the birds nesting? When is the mating season for deer? When are they running around already? You can put a lot of restrictions in place, and you have that power to do that. So in conclusion, I'm just saying, try to minimize the effects on wildlife. If you do go forward, try to protect the environment. But listen to what your citizens are saying. I was actually on the comprehensive master plan review, and it was stressed in there that we would like wildlife corridors in place. That seemed like when I got into it, I was near to the city, and it was a foregone conclusion on what it was going to be. But it was also always presented as a buffer for the citizens from the port activity. And I do not see that 50-foot high building is an adequate buffer. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Bolthouse.
Hi, once again, I'm Josh Bolthouse. I said most of what I wanted to say in the previous standing, but just to reiterate, the added traffic and the pressure that'll be added to the people of Seabrook, there's already so much 5 o'clock chaos that happens and so many wrecks. I've personally seen a handful of deaths at Tookie Seafood just from my restaurant looking at the 146 construction, and I don't want that to be something that I get accustomed to. That's it.
Thank you. Kelly Stewart.
Okay, hello again. First, I want to thank council for the very thoughtful discussion tonight. I'm pleasantly pleased about that. I did have something written down, and it might be a little repetitive, but I want to get it on record what my concerns were. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak during this public hearing. My purpose tonight is not to make assumptions, but to ask questions that I believe deserve answers before this project moves forward. First, the proposal states that landscaping and setbacks will screen these buildings from Red Bluff Road. The documents also show buildings reaching 46 to 50 feet high. Can someone explain the actual elevations or sightline studies, how landscaping will effectively screen structures of that size from public view? The renderings do show attractive landscaping, but they don't show what the residents will actually see once the buildings of this scale are constructed. Secondly, the proposal states that truck traffic will primarily access the site from the Newport Houston Road. Has the city completed a traffic analysis that accounts not just for this one project, but for the existing industrial facilities and the additional distribution centers planned nearby? If so, that analysis should be made available to the public. Additionally, the city has the city requested or conducted an updated noise study? Residents have repeatedly raised concerns about the increased noise following the State Highway 146 expansion, and many of us were disappointed that a follow-up study was never performed. If studies like this must be completed, as we've been told, before the project moves forward, this seems like the appropriate opportunity to establish that 146 current baseline noise and its conditions before additional truck traffic and industrial activity are introduced. If it hasn't been requested, I'd ask why not. Has the city evaluated the cumulative impacts of this project together with the existing and proposed industrial developments in this corridor? Rather than reviewing each project independently, residents don't experience these projects one at a time. They experience the combined effects of truck traffic, noise, lighting, air quality, and industrial activity. We talked about the hours. Okay, I now know that it's planned to be 24/7, so I don't need to ask that question. I hope that you plan to put restrictions on overnight truck traffic and loading dock operations, exterior lighting, noise, all those things. This is directly adjacent to Friendship Park and the Wildlife Refuge. I'd like to see some environmental studies completed regarding the stormwater runoff, lighting impacts, noise, and effects on local wildlife. And I'd like to know, besides, what public benefit does Seabrook receive in exchange for allowing nearly 700,000 square feet of industrial warehouse development at this location? Beyond tax revenue, what measurable benefit justifies this property for the residents who actually live right here? This project has the potential to permanently change the character of this corridor, and I respectfully ask that these questions be answered and on the record before any action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe McCall would be next.
Joe McCall. I was on council 5 years ago when this warehouse thing came up the first time. Room was just as packed as it is now. And of course, it's a no. No one wants these people coming in, flim-flamming all over us with their skinny britches and pointed lizard shoes, selling off this stupid warehouse. We don't want it. We're a bedroom community. It's super simple. Listen to the people. That's who votes you in. They don't want a warehouse. By the way, of course, this guy doesn't show you what it looks like. It's nine football fields. That's 3 long, 3 wide. I know a little bit about football fields because I got some Super Bowl rings, and it's hard listening to you. I had to pull them out of my ears. But anyway, the point is, a 4-foot berm for a 50-foot building. My gosh. You ought to go to Normandy, France and see some hedgerows there, but you wouldn't understand that. You're too young. The people don't want a warehouse. It's a massive joke. Traffic would be everywhere. There's already a truck in the ditch today. A bunch of people showed me that. I've been to Dairy Queen. Everyone at Dairy Queen told me, no, they don't want a warehouse. And by the way, let's see if you understand this little mathematic thing. Out of per foot per acre, the worst usage of your land for a city to make money, guess what that is? A warehouse. So the worst way to get money back per foot, per acre from land for the city to get revenue is a warehouse. Wow. What if the warehouse people want to build screech owl calls? What if they want to test jet engines? I guess that's 24/7. Wow, that'll be interesting. It's not hard to listen to the people. They came out last time. They came out this time. They don't want a warehouse. Like I said, we're a bedroom community. It's not hard. Just listen to what the people want. That's what got you here. That's what they are telling you. They don't want this. I doubt you'll find any person, any regular citizen go, yeah, let's put a warehouse in a bedroom community. It's not going to happen. They don't want that. And these people right here, I guarantee it, they're just looking for their buck. They just want to make a buck. That guy's not going to be sticking around 15, 20 years down the road. He's going to go off trying to build somewhere else and telling them the exact same thing. Well, this is really good. You know, this is going to make you guys a lot of money. And, you know, just What a joke. You can't even, I didn't realize I was going to have to come back 5 years later and say the exact same thing. I sat from that position 1 right there 5 years ago. By the way, for those who don't know, 2 days later, we had a little meeting in here with the kids, and the former mayor told me I was effing stupid, but he didn't say effing. He said, and he was cussing at me because we voted no. But I just kind of laughed, and I go, well, one of the things that happened was it was 7-0 on the vote for voting no to the warehouse back then, 5 years ago. So I'm hoping it's 7-0 again, voting no for the warehouse. But I have a feeling it's going to be a little different this time.
Jeff Gillis. Jeff Gillis, sorry. I forgot to hit the microphone.
Good evening, Jeff Gillis from Lake Cove. I'm here this evening to express my strong opposition to the new warehouse. Among the many amenities Seabrook offers, our trail system is one of the city's most valuable assets. And in my view, the trail along Pine Gully is among its finest features. The city should be protecting and improving this trail, not compromising it by filling in a pond and placing 2 tilt wall warehouses at its end. This is not the right direction for Seabrook. As many residents have noted, it is difficult to accept that Southeast Harris County needs 2 additional warehouses. This project would start to transform East Red Bluff Road into a corridor defined by concrete walls rather than preserve natural space. Seabrook should be cautious about approving projects that further diminish the character of a community. The council should not rely on the claim that these warehouses will be effectively hidden from view along Red Bluff Road. A 4-foot-high, 40-foot wide berm is not a meaningful visual buffer. It is not even width of a typical single-family lot in our city. 4 foot is how high your podium is. 40 feet is about the length of this room. Okay, to give you, that's not going to get it done. The proposed trees would take approximately 20 years to mature, assuming they survive to maturity. My understanding was that the agreement with the Port of Houston was intended to limit development south of Pine Gully. This proposal raises serious questions about the value of that commitment. Truck traffic is another serious concern. The current widening project on 146 has already created significant traffic challenges. The Port of Houston plans to construct a new port entrance that would serve this warehouse and other facilities on the south side of the Bayport Terminal. That new road would align with the existing intersection of Red Bluff Road and State Highway 146, which would likely increase 18-wheeler traffic through an intersection that is already difficult and potentially hazardous. My understanding is that the port eventually intends to construct flyovers between the south entrance and State Highway 146, similar to those on Port Road, but only after the current widening project is complete. I think we said 10 years down the road, right? If the council is not prepared to deny this warehouse proposal outright, then at a minimum, any approval should be contingent upon the Port of Houston accelerating construction of the new flyovers of State Highway 146 and Red Bluff Road, so they are completed concurrently with the new south entrance to the port, not years later, in order to protect public safety and reduce further disruption for Seabrook motorists. Just as they finished the construction between Seabrook and LaPorte, we're going to tear it all up a second time. How stupid is that? And we should use our power to tell the port, no, we can do that. Okay? You just have to do it. Okay? Finally, I ask the council to consider the broader vision for Seabrook and the direction in which we want this community to grow. Any tax revenue generated by this warehouse must be weighed against the potential reduction in property values in nearby subdivisions and across the city of Seabrook. We have about 3,700 single-family homes in the city of Seabrook. They're telling us it's going to generate $3,700 worth of revenue, or $37,000, right? $370,000, excuse me. That's $100 a house. If we reduce the house values across the city and reduce our tax revenues by $100 a house, we erase that benefit. Okay? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, folks, let's give everybody a chance to talk. Rhonda Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Rhonda Thompson, 1601 Carefree Circle. I live about 1/3 mile to the south of the new project, proposed project. When we bought our home, just less than 3 years ago, we loved the wooded area that was to the north of us, which to the south of this property. At the time, it was federally designated wetlands. And we've benefited from that greatly. Sound buffer, air purification, floodwater discharge, as well as the wildlife home. It has been great, but laws change. You can't stop progress, as they say. And now our builder, Bayway, is going to tear down those trees and build. They're going to fill in the wetlands and all of that and build, just like this project is going to do on the north side of Red Bluff. We already experience, and we've noticed increasingly that we experience more noise from Highway 146, the flyover, particularly during commute times. This will get worse with this project. And that's why it's, of course, the others had mentioned the increased truck traffic along 146 in Red Bluff. This affects us as homeowners in a great way. However, I have to say that there are some things that I actually like about the project. And I know that maybe I'm not going to make friends in this room, about what has been said tonight. But here's the things that I like about it. It's one big project rather than a hodgepodge of small developments. And I think that's cleaner, and it's easier to manage for the city and to get the benefits, negotiate the benefits that we need to mitigate for the risks that have been stated tonight. It's not heavy industrial development. That is a win for us. I'm going to talk about some zoning concerns I have about light industrial in a minute, but it's not heavy industrial, and that's good. It is not front-facing Red Bluff Road. That is a plus that is going to the north. It will produce tax revenue, and I presume would create new jobs for our area. And the most important plus is that it prevents the port from annexing this land, and it keeps it within Seabrook's jurisdiction. This is gonna happen, folks. I mean, we all know this. We've seen it with the other properties in the port area. They are coming south. They will gobble up every piece and parcel, and it will go industrial. One of you said, we have control over this. And do we though? And for how long will we have control over this? The Lazaris have been wanting to sell this property. They will go to the port and get them to annex it in order to make a deal. We have the control over this now. We better use it to negotiate a good deal for the cities. I like what others have said about using the zone that is currently C1 to do a buffer that's good for wildlife. It's a green space. Keep the trees. They will take 20 years to grow. Make it a buffer, a green space buffer for the wildlife. That is a great solution that's not going to hurt them so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Williams.
Angie Williams, 1512 Lake Meehaw Circle. My house is in the R2 zoned area south of Red Bluff from the planned site. The 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan says that the Red Bluff District will create a buffer from warehouse and port-related activities to the north, from the residential areas to the south. It gave an example of banks, salons, childcare facilities, insurance offices, light retail, and restaurants. None of those are multi-tenant distribution centers, let alone two. I didn't even see warehouse or distribution listed as an option in the comprehensive land use regulation matrix for any zone in the city. Just because the land is available, does this mean this development needs to be in our city? I understand that the landowner and the developer are in it to make money, but I'm hoping that those of us that actually live on that side of town can preserve the shrinking amount of green space that we have. The master plan also talks about future land use for the Red Bluff District. 2.43, promote the protection of vulnerable areas by encouraging considerations for wildlife and environmental impacts. I don't think that's being considered if this PUD is approved. I watched the planning and zoning meeting regarding the PUD, and the developer indicated that Red Bluff would need to be used while building as they wait for the Port Road to be constructed. Increased traffic on either the new road or Red Bluff would add to the traffic on 146, where traffic is already bad at the start and end of the workday. Multiple neighborhoods use that intersection to access 146 from our side of the city, and with neighborhoods still being developed near Friendship Park, the population and traffic will increase. A Google search for warehouse distribution properties for lease turned up multiple properties throughout the surrounding area. If those are not occupied per the developer at the P&Z meeting, there are no tenants currently planned for this property. Who says that we haven't disrupted vegetation and wildlife for 2 more empty buildings in the city? I hope that council listens to what the citizens are saying tonight, because it's frustrating when we're invited to speak for or against things like this and the council doesn't seem to listen to what the citizens have to say. Why even invite us to speak in this forum? If no one is signed up to speak in favor of the PUD, and as council members, you represent the citizens at large and serve the entire city, please listen to what the citizens are saying. In the same way that the council must entertain the request prepared by the developer, please listen to the many citizens who are speaking out against this online and in person, versus the few businessmen who stand to gain from the changes they propose. I hope more consideration is not given to the outside entities than to the citizens you represent. Why not use a flash vote to fill this out? Not everyone has the ability to come out at this time or the nerve to speak in front of a crowd. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, microphone's not working. Derek Wilson.
Derek Wilson, 1914 Davy Lane. For those that don't know where that is, it's right behind the trailer park. And these people have been offering me quite a bit of money to buy my 3 acres. I will not sell it to build this crap in our city. I think y'all know what the citizens of this city would like and how we feel. And I'm just not going to do it. I don't need the money.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't quite read this next one. Federico Lucas, is that close? Lucas, last name? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Federico Lucas. I live right across the animal shelter where it's going to be close to the warehouse. So let's get back to the basics of this. Why do we need a warehouse in Seabrook? If you guys drive across Red Bluff, Pasadena, there are tons of empty warehouses there. They're coming over here, build a warehouse, no tenant that they're sure of. It could be any tenant. It could be a mini data center. It could be anything. And we don't know that for how much. We're going to get a revenue of 1.3 million. Is that what we presented a while ago? So I ask you guys, just drive in LaPorte, 146, left side, right side, empty warehouses, empty, empty, empty. They're still building a new one. And there's no sense to build another one right here in Seabrook because it's empty. Why would you build a warehouse in Seabrook, first of all, if you know that there's going to be empty warehouses all over Houston? So if we approve this, it's just going to sit there empty for the next 3 years. And traffic is going to be a lot more worse. Everybody's going to be angry, and you're all going to get voted out. So listen to your citizen. this is a big no. If you guys want to get reelected again, no, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a Max Lucas. That's what it looks like. Oh, here comes Max.
Hello, my name is Max Lucas. I think this warehouse is stupid. There's no reason for it. It's gonna be empty. We already have so many warehouses that are vacant, that don't have any tenants. Y'all are ruining the wildlife, all the deer, all the fish in that pond behind there, and y'all aren't gonna do anything with it. And I think y'all should vote for it not to be built. And that's it.
Thank you, Max. That was all of the folks who signed up. I know I had at least one or two who wanted to. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
They've got to state their name and
And
their address.
yeah, would you please state your name and address so we can write it on there?
Clearly, so.
Kelsey Fennell, 4530 Beechcraft.
What is the last name?
What was your last name?
Kelsey Fennell.
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 Thank you.
And then did you need my address again? 4530 Beechcraft.
Beechcraft.
Yeah, right across from the Nature Center.
Yeah.
My name's Kelsey Fennell. I'm here with my husband, Mark. We moved here to Seabrook from LaPorte in 2017. We chose Seabrook because it offers something different from the surrounding communities: the scenery, the nature trails, the wildlife, the small town feel, and the community. We're here tonight respectfully ask you to vote against the PUD for this warehouse project. I have to ask, is this really the best place for a nearly 700,000 square foot warehouse next to homes and next to a neighborhood playground? I'm a mother of a child with a physical disability, so I know the importance of safe outdoor spaces for children and families. Our neighborhood playgrounds are not fully accessible in the city, which makes the natural areas and community spaces that we do have even more meaningful to families like mine. And it's heartbreaking to think that those spaces could be overshadowed by our warehouse development. I worry about what it means for my children and the other children who live here. Our children deserve to grow up in a community where they can enjoy nature and outdoor spaces without being surrounded by increased truck traffic, constant noise, bright lights through the night, and other impacts that come with a major distribution center. We're told trucks are not supposed to be using Red Bluff, but almost every day we see trucks headed to and from the port getting lost and driving through our neighborhoods. I followed 2 last week. If that happens now, it's hard to believe it won't become even more common with a development this size. It creates safety concerns, and every family deserves the peace of mind knowing their community is safe. And the noise and the light pollution, no barrier wall or amount of shrubbery is going to completely prevent the noise and other impacts that come with this type of development. The project also backs up to the Seaside RV Resort, which is an existing business in Seabrook. How will this affect their income? People don't go to vacation next to a warehouse, they go to escape. Why are we trying to be like LaPorte, Deer Park, Pasadena, and so many other communities that have allowed industry to overrun them? What is especially discouraging is this is not the first time we've had to stand before you and oppose a warehouse project on the same property. It's frustrating and disappointing to be fighting again so soon. I also want to address the communication of this project. I found out about this on Facebook group. This is something that is a big project that should have been communicated by the city to the residents of the city. As a parent, I often think about the type of community my kids are going to grow up in. I ask you to consider, what kind of Seabrook are we leaving for the next generation and the families that live here 5, 10, 20 years from now? What do you want them to say makes Seabrook special? I hope the answer is that we had the forethought to protect the qualities that made it worth living. As much as we love this land to remain untouched, we understand the development is inevitable and that the city wants to see the income and tax revenue. We're not opposed to growth, but we believe this land could and should be developed in a way that brings lasting value to Seabrook. We ask you to consider the use that strengthens our community, supports property values, brings families, businesses, and services that become part of our community rather than just another industry. There are ways to encourage growth and increase revenue without sacrificing the characteristics that make the city so special. Other than the development, once this development is built, there's no undoing it. The trees, the open space, the habitats for the wildlife, the unique character of this part of Seabrook will be gone forever. So I ask you to consider one final question. What is more important,
the short-term revenue from another warehouse development, or protecting the community that makes Seabrook worth living in. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this PUD, and please preserve the Seabrook that so many of us love and choose to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand raised. Right? You want to go first? Yeah. And then gentleman in the hat back there next. Ron, would you state your name and address, please?
Your full name, please?
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you. I thought somebody was speaking. My name is Ron Alhorn, A-H-L-H-O-R-N. I live at 1629 Old Orchard in Mystic Village, which is about a half a mile from where the location of these new warehouses would be. For those of you who are new on this council, and I've spoken here, this is the fourth time, about the Lazaro property and all the different attempts that have come up to do something with it. This isn't our first rodeo. Please remember that. You're new to this, but we're not. 5 years ago, there was actually the same type of presentation from a company out of Atlanta. I question people who have been in business since 2021 and who have developed 3 million square feet of property and now want to develop 450,000 in this community. Folks, the last developer that came in here, they actually told us to take care of the traffic problem with these 18-wheelers. They could go down to Meyer and use the turnaround. I don't know if y'all recall that or not, but keep that in your mind. We get more trucks down here. The last I heard, there's 5,500 trucks per day in and out of the port. I don't know if that's correct. Don't quote me. That's the last I heard. But there's no way to open a warehouse facility where the proposal is and not have additional issues with traffic. It's not going to happen. I don't go that direction anymore. I come south to get out of this town if I want to go north. I refuse to go to that intersection. The second issue I have that I've learned through my background, developers come in and develop, and then they're gone. You don't see them again. Now, I heard a while ago, well, we don't know what's going to be in there. We can't predict that. And I understand a developer can't predict that. But my concern is, what's going to be in those warehouses? Think about that. What's going to be in there? That's a problem. The other issue I have, infrastructure. There's nothing on the other side of Red Bluff other than maybe a water line. There's going to be a lot of infrastructure. I guess that will fall on the city to develop that. I'm not sure where that will be. And my last issue is Lake Meja. I don't know where these two different types of ponds, one's supposedly not going to drain anywhere, one's supposedly going to drain out of the bottom is what I understood a while ago. I don't know where that's draining other than I heard it's going to go north. I would have to see a design if I were sitting in your chairs of how's this all going to work, because Lake Meja is full. Every time a new development comes up, oh, we're not going to drain it into Lake Meja? Yes, it does get drained into Lake Meja. It can't handle anymore. So that's my last concern, is the drainage of all this 450,000 area of cement plus the driveways. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Gentleman in the hat, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Charles Householder. I live at 1030 Bay Sky Way.
Or Charles, how do you spell your last name?
Householder, exactly.
Householder?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry. And your address again?
1030 Bay Skyway.
Thank you.
I'm about a half mile from the proposed site as well. I'm here because I care about our future of our community, and I chose to live in Seabrook because it isn't like anywhere else around. It's a small coastal town where families can enjoy parks, watch the wildlife, and appreciate the quiet character that makes this place feel like home. That's the Seabrook I want my daughter to grow up in. The proposed warehouse threatens to prematurely change that character. My biggest concern is the dramatic increase in 18-wheeler traffic that will come with this development. Roads and intersections that are already busy will become even more congested, creating additional safety risks for families who live here. As a father, I think about something as simple as taking my daughter to a nearby park. We shouldn't have to worry about navigating constant traffic just to enjoy our own community. I'm also concerned about the noise, diesel emissions, and pollution that will inevitably come with a large warehouse complex. Those impacts won't stop at the property line. They'll affect the nearby neighbors, parks, and the quality of life for everyone who calls Seabrook home. Then there's the loss of open space and wildlife habitat. Once these massive concrete buildings are constructed, there's no going back. The natural beauty and coastal environment that makes Seabrook unique cannot simply be replaced. I understand that our city must continue to grow and that I'm not against reasonable development, but growth should complement the community, not overwhelm it. Warehouses and heavy truck traffic belong in areas specifically designed for industrial use, not next to neighborhoods where families have invested their lives because of the peaceful coastal atmosphere. I didn't move here to look out my window at giant warehouses or spend my mornings listening to diesel engines. I moved here for the coastal views, the wildlife, and the small town feel that so many of us cherish. I respectfully ask you to consider not only the economic impact of this proposal, but also the lasting impact it'll have on the people who already live here. Once our community's character is lost, we won't get that back. Please help preserve the Seabrook that so many of us chose to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else who didn't get a chance? Yes, sir, front row, and then Kevin, you go.
Good evening. My name is Mark Fennell, also at 4530 Beechcraft Street. I was the husband of Kelsey Fennell. I feel like the biggest difference between the fight we're having right now and the fight we had 5 years ago is the south entrance Port Road. That's the biggest development that is different. And it seems like the motivation for doing this event is to get ahead of the curve because it seems like eminent domain is the biggest concern. And that's a huge concern because then we don't have control, could be heavy industry. So when I look at this issue, I feel like it's a zoning issue. My question, and I think everybody agrees here, is we all want industry north of this new road that they're building because we are a bedroom community, if it makes sense. Is there any reason why this zoning area cannot be turned into a living space for more homes? Because I looked at the map, looked like there's 3 different kinds of zoning areas. If possible, we can turn this into a home area and we can do all the correct waters, send it off, the wetlands, and no one really wants this to go away. But if it becomes an eminent domain, I think people want more people living here rather than having a warehouse in this location. I do believe you'll still get revenue through property taxes. People will be happy to see more people going by rather than 18-wheelers. With this Port Road being created, yes, there's going to be more 18-wheelers. But if we can put people here rather than 18-wheelers, I think we would all appreciate that. And instead of building a berm on the south side of this location, build a berm on the north location. Put houses here, put a berm, continue the big berm we have, get everything north of this location. Because yes, those chemical plants are very close to our houses. It's just unavoidable. We love the trails. We love what's beautiful about this place. But I truly do believe if we can get homes on this location, that would be better than industry. And And if it's possible, if zoning is possible, great. I don't know if you'll have rules of percentages, like certain areas have to be allowed to be industry, certain areas have to be something. But if whoever's in control of zoning can turn this into a living location, I think everybody would appreciate that. So, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Kevin.
Kevin Anderson. I live here in Seabrook. Thank you, council, for all of the recommendations to the PUD. While I appreciate all the recommendations, I feel like threatening the city with eminent domain is telling on how this project is going to go. I'll do what I want and ask for forgiveness later. It also sounds like there will be clear cutting of all the trees that have been in that 59 acres for 50 plus years. There's plenty of trees fully grown that do not have to be cut down. I would love for council to vote on having this project keep all the mature trees along Red Bluff. As someone who worked on the piers for over 12 years of my life, sometimes pulling 18-hour shifts, I can tell you light pollution will also be a problem. As the speaker of this project stated, it will more than likely be a 24-hour facility. That means 24/7 lights, 24/7 truck noise, and when drivers get impatient, they will be holding those air horns. The only way to mitigate light pollution is to have a blackout period or have special true amber LEDs so nocturnal animals and nighttime pollinators aren't affected. For the noise pollution, there is no mitigating that. I also want to point out, like others did, that truck drivers will get lost and confused and drive down Red Bluff. Can that old road handle it? The containers, they weigh anywhere from 20 to 80,000 pounds. I've seen them flip, and it takes hours for them to get put upright again. And will those bad truck drivers stay out of the ditch? We're already dealing with traffic on 146, and to add more traffic to the residents down Red Bluff seems overkill. I'd also like to touch on what type of environmental impact this traffic would cause. There will also be oil leaks, trailers catching fire from the brakes overheating, and worst of all, truck drivers are notorious for using the restroom in the cab and throwing it out the window. That's a fact. I've seen it on the piers often. Will the city want to clean all that? And is the city prepared to start cleaning all the waste and road repairs that these 18-wheelers might do on Red Bluff? It won't personally affect me, but to the hundreds of citizens that live in that neighborhood, they will be affected forever. Thank you.
Thank you. One more? Come on, Debbie. Yeah, and then another one. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Deborah Harper, 506 Baywood Drive. I've lived here for 50 years, so I was here for Hurricane Ike and for Hurricane Alicia. And what I don't think we realize is all these warehouses, the chemical plants, and especially the port have built acres and acres, tens of thousands of acres, especially the port. The port has no green in their surrounding areas. It's pure concrete. I've spoken to them about this, and they go, well, we have retention ponds, we have the drainage all designed for that, don't worry about it. The problem is when all that water from the retention ponds overflow, and when it all comes, it's going to come in, and then the bay will be full from hurricane. The retention ponds will have no place to, it will back up. Not to mention that Houston is bringing water in our direction so much faster than it used to. Instead of winding waterways, they're putting in ditches with concrete sides. So the water will come to Clear Lake and this whole area. Retention ponds aren't enough. We need the dirt and the soil to absorb the moisture when it's coming down and it has no place to go. It will be in the yards of Lake Point Forest and Lake Cove and Mystic Village and all the others. There's a couple of things. I hadn't planned on speaking. We don't need to help the seller make as much money as she'd like to make on this. I think there's other things that could be done. It could be broken up. I don't know if anyone has come in and tried to purchase it to make it smaller. It would be far better to have residents there, but I think that there's many businesses, athletic businesses, many things other than residents that could be in that area. There's one other thing, and I can't remember what it was. I'll leave it at that for now, but please, let's take a look at, let's get Harris County flood control, and we need to go to, Seabrook doesn't have any jurisdiction over the port or what they might do. We need to be talking to our senators and representatives and get this thing more, at least statewide, if not nationally, known as a problem before they come in and take more of our property. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't planning on speaking. Good evening, mayors, city council members, city staff, representatives of the developer, and fellow residents. My name is Lupita Lesser. I am building at 4805.
Yeah, how do you spell your last name?
Lesser.
Thank you.
And I'm building on 4805 Toddville Road. Okay. I am here tonight to ask the city of Seabrook to say no to the proposed Zari Tract Warehouse PUD. I am not against responsible growth or businesses coming to Seabrook, but development should not benefit the people who already live here. Not primarily developers, warehouse operators, or port interests, while residents are left with the traffic, the noise, road damage, flooding concerns, and permanent environmental consequences. When my husband and I purchased our land on Toddville Road, we did so with our family in mind. Sorry. We dreamed of building a home when our children's relatives and friends could gather and enjoy peaceful outside the city experiences, waterfront beauty, open spaces, and wildlife that make Seabrook so special. We did not purchase our land simply as an investment. We purchased it to build a family home and create something meaningful for our future generations. While building our home, we have already witnessed dangerous speeding on Toddville Road, and we are already seeing commercial trucks use it. Now we are being asked to accept massive warehouses, increased truck traffic, possible round-the-clock operations, bright light noise, pollution, road damage, and the loss of wildlife habitat. We are being told that trucks will use the new port road, but we need a direct answer. When will that road connect directly or indirectly to Toddville Road? As port activity grows and more road access is needed, what prevents Toddville from eventually becoming a commercial truck route? If Port of Houston or another governmental agency decides to make that connection, does the city of Seabrook even have the authority to stop it? It is not enough to say that Toddville is not currently part of the plan. Plans change, roads are extended, developers leave, properties are sold, and the families who live here are the ones who will remain and live with the consequences. We were also deeply disturbed when eminent domain has been raised. Residents should not feel pressured into supporting this development because they are being told property could eventually be taken away. If eminent domain is truly being considered, the public deserves to know which properties may be affected, who would exercise that authority, and whether a roadway connection involving Toddville or even Red Bluff Road is already being discussed or planned. We also deserve to know the measurable public benefit to Seabrook. How much net revenue will city actually receive after infrastructure, road maintenance, drainage, police, fire, emergency services, and enforcement costs? How many permanent jobs will be created for Seabrook residents? Who will pay the heavy truck damage or on the roads or make them more dangerous for our children and families? The developer may benefit, warehouse tenants may benefit, port operations may benefit, but the citizens of Seabrook will be left with the long-term consequences. We are not greedy. We do not need we do not need to approve every project simply because it is called economic development. Not every dollar is worth sacrificing the safety of our families and wildlife, our waterfront, and the peaceful character of our community. Once this land is cleared and paved, we cannot restore it. Once the wildlife is displaced, we cannot simply bring it back. Once Toddville becomes a truck route, it may not be nearly impossible to reverse. Tonight, I am asking our elected officials to speak for the citizens of Seabrook and truly listen to what we are saying and what we are asking you. We are not here simply to complain. We are here And we are not asking the city to stop all growth. We are asking for responsible leadership. We are asking you to protect our families, our roads, our neighbors, our neighborhoods, our waterfront, our wildlife, and the quality of life that has brought us here. Please do not listen politely tonight and then approve this project without fully addressing these concerns. Ask the difficult questions, demand real answers. Do not accept vague assurances about what is expected or currently planned. Please be our voice. Please represent the citizens and families who elected you. Please protect the place we chose to call home. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the City Council to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you want to talk?
My name is Rick Bentley, live at 1434 Cottage Cove Lane, just south of the proposed. Don't have a lot to say about it, but I'm all in favor of something going in that area. I just wish it was something that was beneficial to the city and the people of the city. We have one grocery store. Quite honestly, don't shop there. Kind of a low rate Kroger. I'd love to see a better store come in, but as I was told by somebody on the EDC, hey, we got no choice. That's the only land in the city that's intended to be commercial. So I guess we don't get a say in what goes in there. I think the city should. I've seen a lot of what the city has done in my time here. Moved here in Mystic Village in 2002. I've got to see land stripped down, the city fight the port and lose. The port promise a 50-foot berm that you can't see the wonderful everything behind it. I go there, I see everything that was there before the berm went in. The trees that they promised to put there don't exist from what I've seen. You got a couple little bushes up there. And we're going to come in, as so many people have said, and destroy all the trees that are there. Now that's, at least they're got a few years of growth there, 20 years that I'm aware of. But I believe this city has this wonderful promised land over there on the north side of 146, which benefits all the people over there, provided you live there. And it benefits all these wonderful Papados or whatever it is that's going to come in there, this Italian place, to compete against the other Italian places. But they're going to get rewarded. Hey, cut down on what you're going to give them and give some money from the EDC to the people that are already here serving the city for how many years? I'm also suggesting that you think about, if they want to come in and develop that land, develop something for the people that live here, not something that has no benefit other than the city to get a few bucks that they're going to turn around and spend somewhere else. Quite honestly, I've seen what the city does. I've seen what the board does, what the economic planning and so far we've got nothing for the money. I'm lucky, my taxes have gone down due to my age. I love it. But if things continue the way they are in this Seabrook, with the lack of amenities for the people that live here, I'm out of here. There's no benefit to stay here anymore, because I can get the same tax break somewhere else. But we're not doing anything for the people that live here, have lived here. I've gotten blessed with a fire practice place for the volunteer fire department. I got lucky. They moved the city waterworks down there across the street of Red Bluff, which I was told at one time wasn't going to move there, but that's all right. The city said it wouldn't, so we can see it did. The city is good. I'm not sure I trust all the people that are in control of it. We're already fighting something in Mystic Village that the housing approved and allowed to come into our village that doesn't belong there. Doesn't fit anything for the neighborhood, but it's okay. It was approved by the city, not by the board for the community. Hey, we need stuff. I totally agree. I think that they should come in and talk to the people and see what would benefit the people more, but that's not their line of business. They see opportunities, they see a benefit to build something on something that they know about, and that's warehouses. And they're gone, they move on. It's been said many times that they're gone. Something goes wrong with it, they're gone. But we need something there. We do need something in that area. We really do. I'm all for that. I'll come up here and say good things about a development that benefits the people, not somebody who does nothing for the community, other than bring in a little cash. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody that I missed? Yes, ma'am.
Jane Mealans, I live on Glen Cove. I think you should vote no, because I'm curious, whatever happened to that cruise terminal? It got torn down. Do you remember that? Yeah, we voted on it, and I guess the citizens said they wanted it, but look what happened. It's gone. It's torn down. So I think everyone here has expressed concerns that, yes, something needs to be done on that property, but let's think it over. I don't think this is the right thing that we should do. I think we should really consider all the damage that it's going to do to our environment. And that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes, sir. Sorry. Almost didn't see you there.
Richard Green, 2009 Yorktown Court. I'll make this short. We were in here 5 years ago discussing this. We all told you what we wanted, and we're back here talking about this again. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has expressed their concerns that they don't want this project. And I'm pretty sure when you all ran for election, you all told us you were going to represent us. Well, now is your time to represent us. We don't want this project.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands, I'm now closing this specific public hearing at 7:53. If council does, everybody's been sitting here for a while. If nobody objects, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. We'll take a 10-minute recess, meet back here at, make it 7:02 or 8:02. Give everybody a chance to stretch for a minute. Could I get city council back to their seats, please? We're going to start in about 2 minutes. If I get council back to their seats.
That'll cut out some of the room noise if people will go after that. But again, you have to ask if there's any opposition to that by any council member. Is the easiest way to do that.
Yeah, would it be possible to make the
Yeah. It's too noisy.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't know, but I was just, Rachel explained to me.
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 8:06 now. Thank you. If there's no objection to council, I'd like to move item 7.9 up as we start new business so that we can let some of these folks go home. Any objections? No? Okay. We're going to move item 7.9, consider and take all appropriate action on the request for approval of a preliminary planned unit development, preliminary PUD, to create a local support multi-tenant distribution center consisting of approximately 464,400 square foot warehouse and an approximately 205,200 square foot warehouse. So this is where we make the decision to approve the preliminary PUD with some of the items that we have, or not, with some of the items we've already addressed. And then they would go back for further planning and then come back to council at some point again for perhaps final approval, just so everybody's aware of what we're doing. All right, so I need a motion to consider. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Sanford makes a motion to approve. A second. Consider it. Hearing no second. My item dies. Thank you all for being here tonight. We appreciate your participation. That's how it works. Item 7.1, consider and take all appropriate action on the acceptance and approval of the annual comprehensive financial report and single audit for fiscal year 2024-2025. I know we just got the report from the audit firm this afternoon, like at 2:30, so does everybody feel they've had enough time to review it? If not, I'd entertain a motion to table it till the next meeting.
Like to make a motion to table it until the next meeting.
Motion to table.
Second.
Councilmember Deaver seconds. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? None? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 7.2, consider and take all appropriate action on change order number 1 with JTR Construction for the Main Street wastewater treatment plant demolition project related to TCEQ required soil removal in an amount not to exceed $152,027. Have a motion? Motion to consider. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Councilmember Sessom and Councilmember Hanson. Any discussion or questions for Brian, or would you like Brian to go over this again?
I do have an update.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go.
We got confirmation that the soil is a Class 2 soil, so it won't be the worst case scenario. It's going to be the lesser amount of additional cost of $41,795 as opposed to the $152,000.
Okay, great. Thank you. Angela, do you have another question? No. Very good. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Unanimous? Thank you. Item 7.3, Brian, you might as well stay there. Item 7.3, consider and take all appropriate action on adding 17 Cobra street lights to East Meyer. Have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Deaver makes a motion.
Second.
Councilmember Hanson seconds. Brian, these are just like the existing streetlights. Are these LED lights?
There'll be LED lights, yep.
Any questions?
Wired, not solar, right?
Pardon?
Wired, not solar?
It'll be wired, yep.
And as I understand, we've taken a poll of the residents in the area, and the ones that responded, a larger percentage of those were in favor.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? None? Unanimous. Thank you, Brian. Stay there. Item 7.4, consider and take all appropriate action for the approval of a street light agreement letter between the City of Seabrook and CenterPoint Energy for the installation of 32 decorative street lights along the west side of Repsdorf Road from the roundabout south to NASA Parkway in an amount of $48,632, and authorize the city manager to execute the letter and any associated documents. This is an unbudgeted item and would require a budget amendment.
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Sessa makes a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers beat Councilmember Deemer to the second.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This is for Gail. Did we ever reach out to Harris County to see, since Repsdorf is a county road, if they would be willing to cooperate with this?
I have not reached out to them yet. Depending on the action tonight, I'd still reach out to them and see if they would be a willing partner on the infrastructure portion. And then we did discuss, so this would be, we do pay for the lighting, electric bills for the rest of the decorative, so this would be an ask for the infrastructure itself, but.
Did we share with them on NASA Parkway when they did those lights?
With the NASA expansion, I was going through the project file. It does look like there was, sort of like with the 146 expansion, it was wrapped up into a city and a state cost. So I didn't find this specific detail, but it did look like we were partners on some type of infrastructure, which I assume are the lights.
Okay, thank you.
Angela?
Is this to benefit, like, was this a discussion that was had around the Seabrook Town Center? Is that what this is for?
No, this actually was a gentleman that came during public comment that brought this to our attention, and then we entered into a discussion with CenterPoint to see what that would entail.
Okay, I missed that. I apologize. Thank you.
He was a resident of that area, is that? Yeah, okay.
And they're only on the side where the apartments are at, correct?
They'll only be on the side where the sidewalk exists. So it'll be the west side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. And,
So isn't that the Alago side for this section?
Sir?
This portion of Repsdorf, isn't this the Alago?
No.
Borders with it? No, okay.
It's behind the apartments. Anything else? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? None? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, thank you, Brian. One more, item 7.5, consider and take all appropriate action on the approval of the 2026-04 task order with Cobb Fendley under the Professional Services Agreement PSA in an amount of $244,020 for smoke testing of the city's sanitary sewer system, and authorize the city manager to execute. I need a motion. Anyone want to make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Sessom, do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Hanson, do we have any questions about this project we've already discussed? This is a
Okay.
citywide project, Byron?
Citywide project, yep.
Go ahead.
So my question on this is, again, why are we using Cobb Finley when they're the original person that created the situation, in my mind?
For our purchasing policy, instead of going out for an RFQ, we're going through Cobb Finley to hire RJN. RJN is the one who's going to be actually doing the work for us. They're the one who did our Main Street smoke testing project.
Why do we have to go through Cobb Finley for that? Sorry, I'm ignorant on this.
They are on our vendor list. They are
approved.
We've approved them as an engineer through the request for qualification. So they are on call to provide engineering services, so we don't have to go through that process again.
Got it. Okay, that's what I needed. Thanks.
So basically, they're kind of like a retainer for us for stuff like this.
Got it.
Who are the people doing the actual work? Are they going to respond to Cobb?
RJN, they're going to, all the paperwork will be processed through Cobb Finley, but they're doing it at a lower rate, just an administrator rate, but all the reports will come to us, the city.
Anything else?
So as they find issues with it, is it possible they're being finding multiple ones and that's going to be addressed?
There's going to be a lot of issues probably. There's going to be issues on the public side, which we will address. There's also going to be a lot of issues on the private side,
Okay.
which we'll have to get each individual homeowner to try to address.
All right. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? None? You're opposed? Councilmember Sanford opposed? Motion carries. Item 7.6, consider and take all appropriate action to review applications, interview applicants, and approve allocations for hot occupancy tax hot funding for fiscal year 2026-27, fiscal year starting October 1st, 2026 through September 30, 2027. And I think Amy is going to give us the preliminary presentation, and then you'll ask the folks to come up and give a 2-second talk. I think we have 12 applicants this year.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the HOT sponsorship request for the fiscal year 27. Before reviewing the individual funding requests, I'll explain what HOT funds are briefly, how they can legally be used, and the requirements to receive funding. What are HOT funds? Under the Texas Code, Seabrook may collect up to 7% of the paid price of a hotel room. This is tax collected on overnight stays at Seabrook hotels, guest houses, and short-term rentals. These funds are restricted by Texas law and must directly enhance and promote tourism and the hotel industry and fall within one of 9 specific categories. Tourism is defined as attracting and serving visitors who are traveling from another city, county, state, or country. The purpose of HOT funding is to encourage those visitors to come to Seabrook, stay overnight, and contribute to our local economy. When evaluating applications, we look for a clear connection between the proposed event or program and its ability to generate tourism and increase hotel activity. These are the 9 approved categories. In the essence of time, we are going to focus only on pay for advertising, solicitations, and promotions of events and/or programs that attract tourists and convention delegates to the city, and expenditures that promote the arts. The majority of these sponsorships fall under those categories. We have 11 applications, and 12 applications. 11 of those fall under advertising, 1 falls under promotion of the arts. HOT funding recipients have to be in compliant with these characteristics here. They have to obtain and require any special event permits, recognize the City of Seabrook as a sponsor on the event website, provide links to Seabrook's lodging options, and present a post-event report to City Council. They also have to submit an invoice for 75% of the funds, that is before their event, and then 25% of the funds once the post-event report has been presented to the city. This table here is pretty important. You have a copy of it in your physical handout that I passed out. This table provides a historical comparison of HOT funding from fiscal year 2020 through the current fiscal year 2027 requests. Many of Seabrook's long-standing tourism events continue to request funding each year, while several new events and programs have applied for this cycle. You will see that the total amount for this year requested is $358,935 compared to the $179,500 awarded in fiscal year 26. The increase is driven by both higher funding requests from existing events and the addition of new applicants seeking HOT funding. The following slides are going to be the individual event slides. This is a list of the 12 applicants here, and each applicant received an invitation to be here. Several of them are in the audience tonight. Those in attendance have been invited to speak for up to 2 minutes on their event and will be able to answer any questions you may have. So up first, we are going in order of the spreadsheet that you have in front of you. So up first, we have Patty from Keels and Wheels.
Everyone. I want to thank the City of Seabrook for its continued support of Keels and Wheels. We've just had our 30th year. I'm going to be back in a couple of weeks to give you our post-event report. But this funding we're asking for is for the 2027 year, which would be April 24th and 25th. This classic car and antique boat show has been going on for a long time here in the city, and our partnership and you as a host city is invaluable to everything we do, and we consider it part of the success because we do partner so well together, and we appreciate that. It's a very large event. It has a positive economic impact here on Seabrook and this area, and we are, again, very grateful for everyone's support. There are two major initiatives that we're going to change up just a little bit this year, and I wanted to focus on that because they have to do with the hotels. One is we will advertise all of the hotels and every other place of lodging here in the city, but we wanted to pick a few preferred hotels to see if they might help us advertise our event, as well as help us count the people that are coming and staying with them that are here. I will talk more about this next time that I'm here, but I will have to shout out to Spring Hill Suites had a very creative way to count people. They created a special rate for, not a code, but a rate. So everybody that had $157, they were a Keels and Wheels guest. I thought that was brilliant. They don't have to go through their national organizations to try to get that done. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to take that idea and spread it around some other hotels. I'll be meeting with them over the next few weeks to see what all we can do. So we want them to give us a special rate, advertise Keels and Wheels, and just help us count people. The other thing that we want to do with, he had asked for a little more money, is that we've had a really successful time with our new social media company. We've had a 33% increase in ticket sales, and we're very proud of that. And they've started advertising not only on the social media site, but those streaming sites, those streaming TV sites, and they have a really good rate of people watching the whole ad through. But they did it locally. But what we want to do is use this money to go to Dallas and Fort Worth and Austin, some of these larger cities where they have more people, so that they would come down early and spend that time in the hotels. Now, thank you.
They're requesting $60,000. This is up $10,000 from fiscal year 26, and you can see their additional funding totals $300,000. The next is Seabrook Lucky Trails Marathon. Is there anybody in attendance? I'm going to say no. Their requested funds were $37,000, up $2,000 from fiscal year 26. Next, we have Texas Outlaw Challenge. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Paul Robinson here. I've been producing the Texas Outlaw Challenge for 18 years. This was our 19th year, and I had to cancel it. The cancellation was because of 25%, roughly $60,000 deficiency in sponsored dollars that it takes to put on a quality event. So my decision was hard, but it's interesting what happened. First of all, city dollars were back in the city hands within 24 hours. That was important to me. And as well, I fielded 20 calls a day for 2 weeks, and the calls were coming in from people canceling hotel rooms, businesses asking me, Paul, you've given us our best weekend of the year for 18 years. How are we going to recover from that? It was very humbling how much impact this event has had over the 18 years. I have an application in for next year, as you can see. I really believe the quality of the event would have been down, which wasn't a good thing to do. I want to keep it up. So the reset, I'm calling it, of what happened this year, of people realizing, oh, Paul, I would have sponsored. I was coming. I was going to do this, and businesses. I think the reset is the correct word for really having an outstanding event next year. Charity is very important to me, and I called 200 of my closest boat friends on the same weekend for one boating outing that afternoon to fill the void between the charities that we'd like to give to. We have 8 charities, And in that one afternoon, we raised $16,000. That was enough for $2,000 for each of our charities. So very good people we have who participate. Just to give you the 8, it's Shriners Children's Hospital, the Bridge Women's Shelter, Today's Harbor, the formerly Boys and Girls Harbor, Clear Creek Environmental Foundation, Kima Lions Club, Galveston Houston Families Exploring Down Syndrome, Home, Help Our Military Endure, and the Seabrook Rotary Club. So I do have a check here for $2,000 for the Seabrook Rotary Club from our charity efforts this year. Although we didn't hold the event, we don't ever want to see the charities go without. And we're looking forward to that reset for next year with your support again for our 19th effort. And thank you again, City.
Thank you, Paul.
You can see their request is for $50,000. This is up $20,000 from fiscal year '26. And I need to go back one. I missed.
And Amy, hold on a second. Did you have a specific question for Paul?
I did.
Paul, a specific question for you.
Sorry for putting you on the spot. So I was on the Hot Tax Committee last year, and we had discussions about you moving an event to Seabrook because, you had a lot of events
Yes.
kind of thereabouts. So your concept for this year, would that still have a Seabrook location?
Yes, absolutely. And since I'm up here, we were able to support Keels and Wheels this year. Patty, you still here? We supplied the high performance category of boats for the Keels and Wheels this year. I think it was well responded. Had some good support from the city on that. And yes, looking forward to getting the property again for the visual of the races out on that vacant lot that was available. So thank you for.
Thank you, Paul.
I missed the barge, so Danielle, please feel free.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Our goal for the Fall Fest for 2026 is simple. It's to bring more visitors to Seabrook, increase our overnight hotel stays, and generate more revenue for our local businesses. Fall Fest is designed as a regional destination event, not just a local concert. Our marketing targets visitors from Houston, Beaumont, Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Lake Charles, and other surrounding markets, encouraging them to spend the weekend in Seabrook. In 2026, we will be expanding our market with a broader multi-platform strategy that including the Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Google, YouTube, streaming TV, streaming audio, radio, email, and text marketing. Every campaign will direct visitors to purchase tickets and book local accommodations. We are also partnering with the Seabrook Hotels, again, to offer dedicated room blocks and Fall Fest promo codes so we can track the hotel's bookings generated directly by this event. We will promote a stay and play package that encourages visitors to spend the entire weekend enjoying Seabrook's restaurants, bars, waterfront, and local attractions. Our success is measured by the hotel room nights and visitor zip codes, ticket sales, website traffic, and our economic impact on the generated local businesses. With the city's partnership through hot tax funds, we can significantly expand our reach, attract more overnight visitors, and continue building our Fall Fest into one of the premier live music tourism events on the Texas Gulf Coast. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to partnering with the City of Seabrook to make Fall Fest 2026 our biggest and most impactful event yet.
Thank you. Any specific questions? Thank you, Danielle.
You can see their funds requested are $71,500, up $33,000 from fiscal year '26. Seabrook Saltwater Derby. Anyone here? Okay. Their funds requested are $10,000, which is the same as last year. And then Yachty Gras. I know that Shanna is here.
Hi, I'm Shanna. I'm the Executive Director of the Yachty Gras Foundation, the Yachty Gras Grand Night Boat Parade, and the Yachty Gras events. So last year, we started Power and Pontoon. We added that on to the end of our parade, which was extremely successful. We brought it through the Cabo Bar and Barge 295. This year, because it was such a success last year, we're going to bring it on through to go to Cabo, the Barge, Sam's Kitchen, and Villa Capri. In conjunction with that, I have going to partner and have partnered with the hotels here, and I'm hiring shuttles to shuttle people, stay at the hotels, party and play, don't have to worry about driving anywhere. So I think that's going to be a huge impact for us as far as beds and heads. we're also doing this year a gumbo and vendor market at Barge 295 on November 7th. Going to do the same thing for that. It's an all-day event, so it'll be from early in the morning to late afternoon. Sorry, I have congestion, so my voice is shaking. That'll be on November 7th, so that'll also be another opportunity for beds and heads. I've expanded our reach to Dallas, Fort Worth. Right now, I'm including Oklahoma and Louisiana. So I'm in the middle of all that, and that is a whole nother project. Other than that, your partnership with us has been wonderful. This is our 28th year, and we look forward to another successful year and bringing more into the city of Seabrook. Thank you all very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Anything? Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we have the Bay Area Houston Ballet and Theater. Thank you, Jill.
Guys, I'm back. I know I was just here, but I'm back. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Thanks for listening tonight. I'm Jill Reason, Executive Director of Bay Area Houston Ballet and Theater. And I'm so excited to have the opportunity to speak to you and for all the support that you have given and provided for the arts in our community. Bay Area Houston Ballet and Theater is the only professional nonprofit performing arts organization serving the south side of Houston. Each year we present approximately 30 performances and welcome between 15,000 and 18,000 audience members. We work hard to advertise to other areas and entice audiences to come to our area, as well as promote your hotels on our website and then track the rooms with surveys after each production. And this has proved huge for an upswing of local people coming to this area. We love being a part of Houston Theater Week. That is coming up next week, where they're offering a buy one, get one free, and we are on their list. And last year alone, it brought down like 40 people to this area and many in your hotels. Our work reaches far beyond the stage. Last season, we had more than 3,000 students attend our Nutcracker School performances, and many from Seabrook schools. They got to experience ballet and live theater for the first time. We love getting Title I students in because they would never have that opportunity. We also provide community performances, educational outreach, and opportunities for local dancers that live here, and provide employment for professional artists. City funding helps us keep ticket prices accessible, present high-quality productions, and advertise throughout the state and all over to attract visitors to this area, and provide cultural experiences that strengthen the quality of life in the Seabrook area. Our 51st season, that's what I know you heard about all about our 50th, but our 51st season is upon us, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about tonight. To be in the arts entity for 51 years is huge. We are kind of a standalone if we look around nationwide, so we're excited about that. But you can take a look at our productions coming, and we will bring families, students, artists, and visitors to your community throughout the year. We are deeply grateful for your consideration and for recognizing that investment in the arts is also an investment in education, tourism, local business, and community pride. And we thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything? Yes, sir?
I know it's more than just on the stage. Can you highlight some of the events that take place in Seabrook?
Oh, absolutely. As I said in my production, the presentation I did last week, we use Seabrook Yacht Club. We do a lot of fashion shows over there. Our company end of the year celebration was there. I'm sorry, it's late. Was over there. Seabrook celebration, tree lighting that you do. Lots of different entities within the city of Seabrook. And especially in the schools. We go into the schools and do ballet in the school and bring your students to the University of Houston Clear Lake.
Anything? Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to be moving on to the new programs and or events. Is David from Bay Access Sailing here? This is Safety at Sea Bay Access Sailing Foundation. Funds requested $3,115.
Good evening. I'm David Tilley, and I am the race sponsorship chairman at Lakewood Yacht Club and a fundraiser for Bay Access Sailing Foundation. Bay Access Sailing Foundation is a 501c3 charity which continuously promotes interest and participation in youth and adult amateur sailing within the Galveston Bay complex. The Safety at Sea seminar is one of the few offshore safety seminars offered yearly that are required for certification by U.S. Sailing for offshore sailboat racers participating nationwide in sailing offshore around our country. Last year, we had participants from California and Washington, as well as Maine and Virginia from the East Coast, and it is held in conjunction with Bay Access's Harvest Moon Regatta in October, which is it is recognized as a premier event in the sailing community, furnishing hands-on sailing safety and training, as well as classroom instruction to the participants.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, next up we have Tony Bell with the Seabrook Seafood Festival. Funds requested $85,000.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Tony Bell. I run the publication Neighbors of Seabrook, which reaches majority of homes throughout the Bay, throughout the Seabrook area. My passion has always been to bring people together through supporting our local businesses. A little background on me, I used to throw really amazing parties and festivals in Las Vegas, and now I'm doing it here. I'm here tonight to introduce you to a vision, the Seabrook Seafood Festival. It's a proposed two-day destination event that celebrates Seabrook's waterfront seafood industries, restaurants, businesses, and the community. The concept is to host the festival the weekend following the Houston Rodeo during the peak of Gulf Coast crawfish season. That timing allows us to capitalize on spring tourism, potentially attracting artists already touring through Texas, and encourage visitors to spend an entire weekend in Seabrook. The proposal includes live music, seafood competitions, family attractions, local restaurants, and approximately 100 vendors that would be from Seabrook only. And experiences designed to showcase everything that makes seafood and Seabrook special. We have also created a concept website at SeabrookSeafoodFestival.com. That illustrates the vision. Actually, that is one of the images that we have on the website currently. I've submitted a detailed proposal that includes a business plan, marketing strategy, a budget, and hotel impact plan. The focus is on measurable tourism by partnering with local hotels, tracking overnight stays, and using modern attendance analytics to document visitor activity and demonstrate a clear return on investment for any potential hot funding. I want to emphasize that nothing has been finalized. The proposal location was discussed during a preliminary meeting I had last year with the EDC, and we understand that traffic, parking, public safety, and logistics all need to be evaluated before moving forward. My proposed tonight is simply to ask whether the city has interest in exploring this opportunity. If so, I would welcome the opportunity to work alongside the EDC, the city, staff, local businesses, and community leaders to build what I believe could become Seabrook's signature annual festival. Thank you for your time and considerations.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions? You answered mine already.
Where are you planning on having this festival?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Rogers. It is a proposed site that would be right next to Sam's Boat. That area, in my understanding, was an also proposed site for an event or a viewing party for last year's Texas Outlaw Challenge or this year's Texas Outlaw Challenge. I understand that that property has changed hands, and I am open to moving it either to Meter Park, where the Seabrook celebration was, or any other location that needs to be discussed with the city.
Okay, question. Do you have a plan yet for where you plan to buy your seafood for it?
It would all come from the Seabrook markets.
Beautiful.
Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, Tony. If we were not able to give you the full amount requested, would you still be able to produce the event at a reduced amount?
Absolutely. Anything you give me, I will make it one of the most life-changing events here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, we have South Coast Sailing School. Anybody? They are requesting $15,420. They hold multi-day courses, and they are trying to advertise outside of the region for their sailing courses. And then David, this is for Spectrum Sailing through Bay Access Sailing Foundation. Funds requested $900.
Again, I'm David Tilley. Spectrum Sailing is a nationwide organization. It is an autism-centered organization that uses sailing to build lifelong skills and well-being. It provides maritime education, programming, and outreach for autistic individuals. The free camps provide opportunities for skill development, social interaction, and confidence building. Sailing is Spectrum's platform to positively impact the physical and mental and social needs of their participants. Last time we hosted it was the year before last. We had 40 volunteers from Lakewood helping 20-plus campers and their families who came down for the event, and we're glad to have it back. We took it away from Fort Worth. Thank you.
Oh, I just wanted to say I did some research since I'd never heard of you guys and saw this, and it's a beautiful thing that you guys are doing. And definitely I saw that there were people coming in from out of town to take advantage of the opportunity. So.
Yeah, we're hoping to get many more than we had the last time. I have a good friend that is high-functioning autistic. As a matter of fact, he's a teacher at Sanjack. And I know what these people are capable of when they find the right pathway for them, and it's fantastic to see these people go out there and enjoy themselves.
Yes, near and dear to me. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Sophia from Captain Roy's. Thank you, Sophia. This is a $6,000 request for a new program.
Thank you so much for having me speak tonight, Council and Mayor. This is my first experience with the HOTS Fund, and whilst I don't live in Seabrook, it's been quite an eye-opener tonight. I'm excited that you're all so passionate about your community. We are passionate about your community too. I'm Sophia Campbell. I'm the General Manager of Captain Roy's. We're a captain's school and we do marine training. We have been in Seabrook for 32 years. And we have trained over 10,000 captains on the Gulf Coast. So we have a great reputation, 5-star Google reviews, and we partner with a lot of our community businesses. I want to really touch on 4 different things. Why Captain Roy's? We have a lot of credibility. We average 70% capacity in our classes. Currently, we have 1 classroom, but we actually have 2. So there's 1 classroom we're not using. 20% of our students come from outside of 50 miles. That doesn't sound like a lot. We drive to see our friend 50 miles in Houston, right? It's a big city. But what we're talking about is someone coming in for 10 nights, 14 nights, minimum 3 nights with us. Excuse me. Of the 20%, 10% come from Louisiana, 3% come from out of state, and 7% come from outside of Houston, Dallas, the Gulf Coast, etc. In addition to training local fishermen and sailing enthusiasts, we have a lot of repeat commercial business that comes from Port of Houston pilots, Galveston pilots, Brazos pilots, etc. We also train the Houston Fire Department, Jefferson County Sheriffs, in addition to the Bolivar and Lynchburg ferry captains. So what is the need that brings us to you all? As you all know, there's been a dramatic increase on the southern coast with LNG plant construction. It's bringing in $350 billion worth of business to construct those things in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas. We have had a lot of uptick with our commercial clients, and they're coming in predominantly from Louisiana. I can list a few company names, but you have them in the handout. So what is the opportunity? And I want to draw your attention to the colorful pie chart. I'm sorry? Okay, my time is up? Okay, all right, what's the solution? I think if we double our marketing, we're currently reaching the 50% of people that are in yellow. That's what we're currently doing. If we double our spend, go to a lot more trade shows, particularly in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and other parts of Texas, we can double our hotel nights. Right now, we contribute about 100 nights to Seabrook hotels. I think we can double that, at least, with just a small input into helping us offset our costs at trade shows. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it, and look forward to meeting.
I have a question, Mayor. The U.S. Coast Guard captain's license, does it expire, or
It's renewable. It's renewable.
Every year, or how often is it?
No, if you are active and you keep up your medical and your TWIC card and your CPR, it's renewable every 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes,
How often are your classes? And
We have 3 classes monthly. We have a weekday class, which runs basically for 8 weekdays, and it straddles the weekend. And then we have a weekend format class, and that runs Friday night, all day Saturday and Sunday for 3 consecutive weekends. And then a lot of people add on the 3-day master class. So we basically have, 50% usage of our classroom. We can definitely double that. So we have the capacity to be able to have more students come through our school, and we would welcome that. They're not only spending money in the hotels, they're spending a lot of money at restaurants too. These boys like to eat.
all right, and that's year-round?
Year-round.
Year-round enrollment, okay.
The only time my phone is not switched on is when I'm sleeping. So, and when I'm in here. So it was actually quite nice to have a bit of a break, to be honest.
Thank you.
I do have cards. If anyone needs them, please let me know. I'll leave them right here. Thank you.
So that's it for the presentations. Thank you for your consideration. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, Amy.
Sure. I'm going to turn this over to Finance Director Sahib.
And now we're going to figure out how to do this.
Actually, I have one question. Is there any rule saying like one organization is only allowed to be represented one time? Like Bay Area Access Sailing, just for clarification, is there any rule saying that they can only receive one set of funding? Does that make sense?
One set of hot funding?
Yeah.
Like each year?
Yeah, like because he has 2 requests. Is there any rule saying he can't get funding twice?
That was 2 different organizations.
Yeah, and organizations.
As far as I know.
Okay.
Gail? No.
Okay, cool. I just want to double check and make sure.
Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to turn this over. This is the spreadsheet here. He's going to handle the finances.
Sahib, okay. So, go ahead. Somebody else? No? That was Summer talking to me. I caught her. It looks like we have $358,935 in requests, but 50% of that in budget. So we need to, we can kind of do this however we want to. Obviously we got to fit it into the budget. So we either cut everybody wholesale by a certain percentage, or we give more credence to existing hot fund members, or new credence to the new people. What do you guys want to do?
I think like some of these, like ones that we've helped in the past, I think we should also help. But then also it's nice seeing some of the newer ones. I know like the Seabrook Seafood Festival, it's a new concept. So like, giving them all 85,000, because I think historically in the past, like when it's a new concept, we typically have given them less than what they wanted. And then like once it's a proven concept, multiple years down the road, we've kind of increased it as well for that. So I think that would be an option for that as well. Just my thoughts.
Angela?
Yeah, I'm embarrassed because I'm a numbers person to have to ask this, but I don't remember. What is our projected budget for FY '27, like that we'll have in the hot tax?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So the projected budget, you have the sheets in front of you, is 687,000 in revenue. And for hotel occupancy tax, we're projecting 640,000.
I apologize, you do have it right in front of me.
Totally fine.
Even more embarrassed.
So of course, we do have personnel expenses and other expenses that come out of that. And we do have, in this ending balance reserve, these are the encumbered funds, are they not?
That is correct, Mayor. And so essentially, there's a projected 32,000 surplus in positive change in fund balance. So last year it was 179,000, which was awarded. This year you could comfortably go to about 200,000, but as per council's discretion.
The Pelican revenue, is that from the Pelican statues?
I believe.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we do not charge each Pelican that flies in here.
Well, maybe we should.
We should. Anybody else have any ideas? Help me through this, Mel.
Can we go from the bottom up?
Summer, you have an idea. I know you do. At least one.
So I guess there's a couple thought processes to this in my mind. I think we should create, if we can do 200,000, I think we do 200,000 and work our way backwards from that on what we know that is proven to be bringing in heads and beds kind of concept. The other part of it is I want to make sure that we have that conversation that we have on the agenda later to discuss what we want to see. Is that factored into the 200,000 you're saying that we have now? Is that factored into this projected
Yes.
hired?
Yeah, now it is. So it's essentially would be the same. We've already factored that. It's into the services line. And so that's just the continuous projection from last year, which is 179,000. So that would just plug in that 200,000 that you would award today would plug in there. So essentially you would be awarding about 21,000 more. And you can always, as per your discretion, deficit.
But the money that you guys would contribute to, if we had a city celebration, is already encumbered?
Yes, it's already in the expense.
Okay.
For the total 380,000.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Kind of go on what Summer was talking about, like, what if we did like 215? That would be like an overall 20% increase from last year to help the current ones and then some of the newer ones as well.
We would be pulling a little bit of money out of what we might set aside for the next city festival. But again, it's up to us, right? So, you can stay a couple more nights in one of the hotels.
Yeah, because basically, you know, I try to avoid math in public, but just doing like what we did last year times 20% was according to what I got was like 215.4, and I think that would help to the ones we typically have done, help them out, then also bring in some of the newer ones. I think it's good to get some newer guys out there, especially with us being as much as we are around the water and the coastal community, trying to get more involvement in the waterway classes as well. I think is a great opportunity.
So just as a matter of workflow, we're not going to vote. I think we should not vote on each individual one like an individual. We're going to figure out what we want to do for everybody, and we'll take that as one big vote, right? Just so we know where we're going.
I'm confused on what you just said.
Instead of saying, okay, we're going to give Keels and Wheels $10, and okay, everybody votes for that. We're going to decide what we're going to do for everybody at once, and then we'll come up with one large motion to accept whatever we come up with. More than $10.
I think just to get it started, we'd go everybody at their 26 number, add in the new people, come up with that total, and then see where we're at and start either adding or backtracking. And I don't have enough toes to count.
We're way over.
Round about 70,000-ish off of the 27 numbers.
So my question is, I know on the agenda we have to discuss Seabrook hosting an event, and I know that's been a topic that we've had a lot of discussion, but I'm looking at this Seabrook Seafood Festival, and that almost feels like an event that we could partner on, that could be a signature Seabrook event versus, Celebrate Seabrook, which was very lackluster at the end. So then we wouldn't really have to make that tough decision and slash somebody's funds. It's kind of already built in for us. And we've had to hire a logistics company for, say, Fleet Week and for Seabrook, Celebrate Seabrook. So we have someone that's actually willing to do those logistics. So just a suggestion. Tony, sorry for putting you on the spot like that, but.
Gail, logistically, just how would that work logistically?
So our current logistics team, way back, we went out, did competitive bids, and received sort of a standing price per hour. And so we've been using that one logistics team. So there would be a component as we put the budget together, and we'll talk about it, I guess, in this next item, partnering with him would need to make sure that we fit within, we're typically around $120,000 to put on the event. So we just have to kind of back into what the rentals would be, what the logistic expectations would be. Yeah, we've usually competitively bid that. I have to kind of, on a procurement process, think through that.
Yeah, because based on his projection and what I know we've spent in the past, we'd be under that, and the city's not having to manage it.
I think in his packet, and Tony may reflect on this, but I think the overall expense, and I think it could be what he mentioned, kind of curtailed to what our desire is, but I think the overall package to put the event on was over $100,000, 85. I think Amy kind of guided him through some eligible hot expenses to reduce that. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. I know that originally his application was for the full amount. And just based on the legal statutes of what hot funds are allowed to pay for, that's where the 85 came from. If I may, while we're talking about this and the next agenda item, I have a separate presentation on the Seabrook Annual Festival that kind of goes over a few things that we're talking about here. So I don't know if y'all want to wait on that. Just know that I have a whole budget sheet on the next one about Fleet Week, how much it cost, even costs that weren't seen.
Maybe that's two discussions. We come up with a number and then we have a further discussion about potential partnership.
Also flash vote survey results, which I think are important.
So Guy, did you do all the math now? Yeah. All right. Good. We're at like 270,000, so we got to shave, still got to shave 60-ish thousand, 65,000. Yeah, that's kind of in my head, the 27 numbers backed off to 26 and then adding in the new people.
You're going to make me do this, aren't you?
So you're saying go with the 26 numbers for folks we've given money to before?
As a starting point.
As a starting point?
Guy said, yeah, go start the 26 number for those and then back in the new 27 numbers for the new folks and see what number we're at. And I think we're in the 72 difference, the delta there.
Plus 1.5.
All right, so Mayor and Council, just to kind of give a little bit direction. So y'all would like to see at first a population starting with Kills and Mills at the fiscal year 26, all the way down to?
Down to ballet and theater.
Ballet, okay, so from 50,000 to 6,000 on column fiscal year 26, copied over to approved.
To 27, and then see what that bottom line number is, so I didn't have to do it in my head.
And Sahib, if you can view and increase that magnification on that just a little bit.
I came up with about 290.
And then move the rest of the 27 numbers from 3115 to 6,000 over, to see how close Guy is.
Do the math. What's she doing?
Yeah, he's gonna do that over here. You're gonna move over from safety at sea all the way down to U.S. Coast Guard captains, over into that.
K-12.
Yeah. Right. So we're.
Do you want me to place it in approved or just?
See that? Oh.
Yeah, it was $500 off, so then we go from there and back it out. So what's our target number?
200.
Oh.
Well, that shows that.
Can you just move it into the K?
I have a.
Yeah, sorry.
Move the last 6 over to approved. There we go. I think looking at this, we have to look at the Seabrook Seafood Festival and reducing that number down to, let's throw 25 in there, just to see where it goes.
From 85 to 25.
85 to 25. Boom.
What if we gave?
Somebody come up with a good number for the South Coast Sailing School.
I was going to say reduce the sailing school to 10 because it falls in line with some of the other events.
I looked at the sailing school's proposal, and they had actual head and bed numbers. But I'd be okay with going lower, but I just wanted to.
You see that? Take it down to 10. But take it over the requests. Oh, there we are.
24,500. It means pulling from existing.
What's the damage if we take away some from of the organizations that we've been giving to for a long time?
We'll give us a number.
I think Lucky Trails is one that we know they bring in a lot of out-of-towner guests. And one thing I also like about Lucky Trails is they include like our Pelican logo and Seabrook stuff and a lot of their swag. So it's even like the shirt last year, you know, when you sweat in it, like, you know, you see the actual Pelicans kind of come through on the shirts. And I feel like they're historically known for including our imagery in some of their swag and their giveaways. So that kind of helps us out as well.
I agree with Lucky Trails. I would leave that alone.
What about the first two?
Kills and Wheels. I hate to say it, but reduce something off the barge.
What if we do 10 grand from the first and second one?
Okay, I have another question.
I mean, we did go from 10 to 38.5, so that could be in the middle.
Split that.
We know what the barge did last year for their advertising, and it was pretty huge. I'd like that to continue. I'd rather take it from something we don't have a track record with, like the Seafood Festival, if we're going to do some subtracting. And I was also looking at Yachty Gras having, I mean, every other city, it looks like, is doing way less than we are. I say way less, 2,500. So I know they have events in Kemah as well, and they're only doing 7,500.
So we could do 10 from Keels and Wheels, 5 from Yachty Gras, and
I think we take the Seafood Festival down to 10 and then have extra 15 to play with, would be my suggestion. Just because there's no track record on it yet, we can build on that as we go.
All right, well, let's look at it. Let's do that.
Can I hit your mic when you're not talking?
So I have number 1, Keels and Wheels, at 40 for you.
What was the other one, Summer or Melanie?
I said take 15 from Seabrook Seafood Festival, get it down to 10.
So once we approve this amount, Gail, I'd like to see what Amy proposes, but historically, Seabrook didn't run the celebration. It was ran by Seabrook Association when it was the music festival, right?
Oh, back in the 90s?
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Yeah, so I would still, I mean, I don't mean to hover over that, but I would like to see Amy's presentation and explore the possibility of having the Seafood Festival done in conjunction with the city, because that would put money back in our bucket as far as the 100,000 allocated for the city's event.
As long as we call it the Pelican Festival, I'm okay with that. That gets us right there. So do we want to look at backing anybody off or adding?
Is that a motion?
Oh,
I just want to say, I'm good with everything right there, but just maybe trying to work with the Seafood Festival and the Seabrook celebration together, looking at that down the road.
personally, I would like to throw more money at the Seabrook Seafood Celebration, but I'd be okay with these numbers.
Okay, so I mean, when we have what we have, I mean, we got $200,000. So if everybody is okay with this, and doesn't want to make any other changes, I'll read all these, and then someone can make a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to set our limit.
I have to read them first.
I got to get it all.
Once I read them, then we can make a motion.
And that way they all hear.
So per our discussion and in the approved column for the HOT funding for fiscal year 2027, we have Keels on Wheels at $40,000, Barge 295 Fall Fest at $38,500, Seabrook Lucky Trails at $35,000, Texas Outlaw Challenge at $30,000, Seabrook Saltwater Derby at $10,000, Yachty Gras at $10,000, Barry Houston Ballet and Theater at $6,000, Safety at Sea $31,500, Seabrook Seafood Festival $10,000, South Coast Sailing School at $10,000, Spectrum Sailing Bay Access $900, and U.S. Coast Guard Captain License Training $6,000. If everyone is in agreement with that, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve
As presented.
as presented.
Second.
She'll figure it out. Okay. Councilmember Sanford makes a motion. Councilmember Sessom made the second. We have any further discussion? Sahib, don't lose that because she'll kill you if you do. All in favor? Opposed? None? That is unanimous. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. We have anything else? No? The next meeting. We have been here 4 hours, so if we need to entertain moving till tomorrow night, I don't think we want to do that now. Let's just finish. Item 7.7, consider and take all appropriate action on the reestablishment of the city's annual festival. And thank you, everybody, for putting in your applications as well. I'm sorry. Consider and take all appropriate action on the reestablishment of the city's annual festival and provide direction to city staff regarding the festival's theme, scope, location, and development. We're going to have a presentation about this, and then we just want to give city staff some direction. Do we want to do it? Do we want to do something different? Or that's kind of where we want to go?
We're just going to get a picture so you can move forward. That Excel there?
Sorry about that. I couldn't understand. There were 3 people talking. As soon as she's done, I'll pull up this other. You good? All right. So, in the essence of time, I'm going to keep this real brief. This is Connecting Seabrook and Events Roadmap. This is our agenda. First and foremost, I want to kind of go over the flash vote results, look at the financial overview from Fleet Week so you can see the true numbers of what that cost, and then kind of action items. The community-driven feedback from the event survey that we did, overwhelmingly positive feedback reinforcing the value and impact of Seabrook's community events. Fleet Week was excellent and well executed. Celebration Seabrook was loved and is missed. I cannot tell you how many times that was mentioned in the flash vote survey. Meadow Park and Main Street are well-liked locations for events. This is what the residents want. Residents called for more inclusive, better planned events that reflect Seabrook's character. Diverse participatory attractions, rides, inflatables, petting zoo, that sort of thing. Balanced audiences, family-friendly daytime, adult-centric evening options, and teen-focused activities. Entertainment was local art, live local bands, singer-songwriters, a unique Gulf Coast identity, highlight the waterfront, area wildlife, sailing, fishing, miles of nature trails, the environment, and Seabrook's history and culture. And then community engagement. The number one thing was best of seafood. Best of Seabrook. It was an overwhelming majority that wanted the best Seabrook, the best seafood too. Local businesses, artists, entertainers, civic initiatives, and to help residents discover local services and clubs. The top 3 things were food, art, mostly live music, and then community driven. So based on Fleet Week 2026, this is your cost estimate for an event similar. Please note that this does not include the live band that was given to us by the military. So you're looking at entertainment options. A quote for another drone show was $37,500. That makes it bigger than the one that we had at Fleet Week. Other options that we've talked about, some ideas have been thrown around, fireworks and live performances. Production is a $28,000 estimate. This was including Max Gray Productions. So you have pre-production, staff and sanitation, crew management, permissions and permitting. Rentals and equipment, that included all of the things that you see here, including the barricades that were needed for security, public safety, sanitation equipment. And then the additional was city staff, marketing, parking, promotional swag, and food and beverage, because we did pay for the military to be fed. Taking into account that this only accounts for public works and and police department. So Rick did a kind of an analysis where he went through and got numbers from departments. So that's why the plus is there for $38K. It did not include our time, Gail's time, anybody else's time that's included in there. So fire and EMS were also not included in that as well. So we're looking at $141,000 plus for an event similar to Fleet Week without a live band. So that's kind of the quick version. You have any questions?
Go ahead, Angela.
So in the past discussions about Celebrate Seabrook, the discussion turned to that it didn't really fall into the guidelines of heads and beds. So yeah, it was something that, the residents, the citizens might have enjoyed, but it did not bring people. So Fleet Week was a great, heads and beds, it kind of brought it all together. So it had what the community wanted, but it also had people coming from out of town and staying in our hotels. So, yeah, I appreciate what you put together, but I just think we need to be really mindful if we're going to spend that money, that it's something, I don't even think the name Celebrate Seabrook entices people from out of town. I think it needs to be something that is a draw.
Just based on what I was reading from the Flash Vote survey, looking at things online and talking with Gail and, people in the office and the staff, Celebration Seabrook basically needed to be revamped is what I was hearing, just based on some of the comments that were on the Flash Vote survey. I'm not sure if any of y'all had a chance to go through that. I kind of had an idea to rebrand it into a more themed event every year. There's several ideas out there. I guess our to-do list is to work with you all on a direction to see what kind of, if you want just one yearly event, if you want more community-oriented events, and then date and time and budget allocations and location. Being in mind that
I think one issue we might have with having a different theme every year is it would get lost in the shuffle. If we have like an annual event every year, Celebration Seabrook, the Pelican Fest, whatever we want to call it, if we have it every year, I think it's going to be easier for people to know about it rather than, if we change the theme up every year. I just feel like that would kind of get lost in the shuffle of other events and people not really knowing what it was. If it,
In the essence of time, I didn't really put together the big festival ideas that I had, but one of them was rebranding Celebration Seabrook with a yearly event, with a big marquee food event, changing that out every year. The core framework would stay the same. The name would change based on the theme. That was really my idea there. If Celebration Seabrook was to be brought back, if you want something completely different, this is kind of why we're asking you all for the direction of where you think that we should go as a community and as a council.
I definitely think we need to have our big annual event, and I think I think Fleet Week proved that having something on Main Street is an excellent location because of the street where it's at. You kind of have the whole coastal area. Parking seemed to be rather easier for that because of all the lots around there to kind of help to shuttle things through there. And I agree with Councilwoman Cervantes of kind of using like the Seabrook the seafood festival and just the fish markets are around the corner, easy. So logistically it makes it a little bit easier if we're going to use them to supply our product. It just logistically it makes it easier because hey, if we run out of shrimp, just hop on a buggy and go around the corner.
To that note, Tony's event was also 2 days, whereas Fleet Week was only one.
Let's do this.
That was a plus, I believe.
Do we want to have another event? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do we want to have it on Main Street or at Meter Park or at Pine Gully or I'm trying to get direction.
I kind of like the Main Street thing because we're emphasizing our waterfront. Everybody talks about that, and it just seems like and it's a big, long area. If the weather's not cooperating, at least we have the street. We're not out in a mud park.
Parking logistics are easier there too.
Valid point. When we get the new park finished, it'll be another amenity.
Very true.
Okay. Live music or not live music?
Got to have live music now.
Live music.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that that's one of Tony's specialties. So I know I'm banging that drum, but it just makes sense in my head that we would coordinate.
Do you have enough direction to come back with something?
Yes. Can I ask one question? No? When do you want to have this? What particular season?
When it's cooler, after the rodeo.
Spring or fall. It's got to be spring or fall.
Okay.
Anything else you need from us to come back with something?
Gail, do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, what?
Anything else you need from us to come back with something doable?
No, I think y'all have given it. We wanted to start the conversation, so I think with what we've talked about with the seafood and this, kind of looking at what we can do, the money that we have in the current hot budget, it's enough to get us to a phase one. We'll come back, we'll massage this some more, and we'll keep going. But great direction. This is exactly what we wanted. The thumbs up that y'all want something, general direction. So Amy will throw her creativity around.
Thank you, Amy.
Of course.
Item 7.8, consider and take all appropriate action on first and final reading of ordinance 2026-19 budget amendment number 4, amending the budget of the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 for special fund animal shelter donations, and ordinance amending the amount of appropriations for fiscal year for $7,600 for the special animal shelter donations.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I didn't catch who did that, but we have, you got it? Deemer and Sessom, thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 8, routine business. Item 8.1, establish future meeting dates and agenda items.
Mayor and council, your next regular meeting is scheduled for August the 4th at 6 p.m., followed by the very next day, you have a special budget workshop on August 5th at 6 p.m. So 2 days in a row, you will meet first week of
We
August.
don't have anything on the 30th, is that? We used to.
Correct.
We
That
did-
was
we
moved to
it.
the 5th.
We moved it, okay, sorry, thank you. Anybody, anything else? Hearing no further items from council, we will adjourn at 7:20. Thank you all for.
At 9:20.
Yes, at 9:20. Thank you all for joining us in another time zone.